Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Bloodlines of the Dragon in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 1, New Beginnings. Sal awoke with a start, and immediately grabbed her journal to write down the dream before the memory faded from her. Green light, and people shouting, and a cat. Uncle Varric had been there. He'd been frightened. Not many things could actually make her uncle show fear. She sighed, and went to the window. There were hours yet before dawn, but getting back to sleep didn't seem a feasible option. Her next lesson with Fenrir was in 3 days. More questions for her growing list. With the trouble in Tevinter, though, he couldn't come to Kirkwall. And there was no way her fathers would allow her to go to Tevinter. After a moment, she drew a robe around herself and went down to the kitchen. She was still looking when a voice spoke from the doorway. Varric took them when he left. It didn't occur to him anyone else might want leftover cookies. Sala smiled. I didn't mean to wake you. She never meant to. And somehow she always did. Fenris shrugged before he entered and began adding water to the tea kettle. What was the dream this time? We were in the Viscount's keep. And something happened. I could feel it through the ripples in the veil. She sat down at the table, and he sat across from her. People were screaming and panicking. And there was a cat. A cat. I thought it was just an ordinary nightmare until the cat. All the chaos, and right in the middle of it there was just this black cat, watching me. And I needed to follow him, but first I had to show him where he was going. He rose before the kettle could start to whistle, and poured cups for both of them. So it was a boy cat. Father. She gave him a teasing glare as she accepted the cup. Then she frowned. Yes. The cat was a him. Not an it or a her. A him. We should see about getting another dog. He smiled before his face became serious once more. In Viscount's keep, you said? Was there anything I can pass to Avellini? There were a lot of people there. Familiar faces. Agatha was there. There was a woman with one arm. The Inquisitor. Fenris frowned. I think it might have been. I can't be sure, I only really saw her the once. Lots of people in fancy clothes, all scared and angry. An interrupted party. She sighed. I held my hand out to the cat, and he rubbed his cheek against it. I felt a jolt, and that woke me up. She sipped the tea. To the best of my knowledge, the Inquisitor has never been to Kirkwall. He sipped from his own cup. We can talk to her staff at the estate. She's likely coming to the Chantry dedication. Okay. She took another drink, letting the warmth fill her. Speaking of boy cats, Guardsman Veluk invited me to get drinks tomorrow. Not the Hanged Man. You know what kind of riffraff assembles there. You, Papa, and your friends. Exactly. He smiled. Remind him that if he does not have you home at a reasonable hour, he'll have his internal organs rearranged and set on fire. And then you'll have a word with Avellini about which guards are in need of remedial instruction on picking up Griffin's cat. He stood, and kissed the top of her head affectionately. Good girl. Colin counted the tiny fingers again. Still 10. The tiny form lay peacefully in his arms. Across the room his wife lay in one corner of the bed, and the Maberry hound lay curled as tight as possible in the opposite corner. In the center sprawled his son. How someone so small managed to take up so much space never failed to amaze him. His daughter made a gurgling sound as she curled some of those tiny fingers around his thumb. He slipped quietly out of the room so as not to wake the rest of his family. Where were we? He looked down at the small form. Right. So, then your mother twirled her staff and shot a bolt of lightning right into the dragon's eye. It roared and leaped back, freeing the iron bowl from its foul clutches. As it tried to take off, she summoned a storm of fire and ice, battering the beast back to the ground. Seeker Cassandra, shielded by your mother's magic, rushed forward, and put her sword right into the beast's dark heart. And the world was saved once more, thanks to the heroic Inquisitor. He grinned up at Kells. Shouldn't you be asleep? Minov woke up an hour ago with a brilliant idea regarding wing structure, and I never understand half of what she says when she starts on physiology. And I can't sleep when she has all the lanterns burning. Kells shrugged. You. Gavarin had a bad dream and we need a bigger bed. Colin gazed down at his daughter, and trailed a finger down her face. I was thinking of crawling into his bed when Kylie woke up. He shifted her weight a little as they walked down the hall. Anything interesting this morning? Viscount Varick sent a letter saying Kirkwall has nearly finished rebuilding the chantry. Divine Victoria wants to make blessing it a big to-do, and would like the Inquisitor to be in attendance. Kells shrugged. I get the feeling she wants to make it a bit of a reunion. I like the thought, but did it have to be Kirkwall? Colin shook his head. Walter swears Kirkwall is much improved. He just made lieutenant in the guard. Kells smiled. Caleb, Sala, and a few of the others are still there. It would be nice to see them again. I'll speak with the Inquisitor. You start making arrangements. He tilted his head. You do have an estate in Kirkwall, Count. You had to remind me. Colin glared at the younger man. Sedita strode into the palace. Trian walked a pace behind her, trying to look dignified. An armored man, gingered hair going slightly gray, met them in the hall. Warden Commander. He bowed. Sir Gilmore. Sedita nodded. The king is expecting us. There has been a slight complication. He trailed off with a helpless shrug. Wynne is refusing to wear clothes again. Sedita raised an eyebrow. A small laugh escaped Sir Gilmore before he caught himself. Would you like me to escort you to the residence? She shook her head. I know the way. She gave him a half bow before heading in. Trian hurried to catch up with her. She entered the royal residence just in time to see a completely naked 3-year-old girl dash through the room and dive under the bed, chased by her gown-wielding father. Her mother, armed with an undergarment, came around the other side, attempting to corner the child. The twins stood in the crib, cheering for their sister while a young Maberry pup howled along. The heir apparent stood with an older red-haired boy, occasionally calling advice to Wynne. Yes. Sedita nodded. These are definitely your children. You could help instead of stating the obvious. Alistair shot a glare over his shoulder as he attempted to prevent the girl's escape. Cathiel crawled under the bed after her. Where's the fun in that? Sedita smiled and went to prevent the twins from removing their own clothing in rebellious solidarity. Once captured, Wynne submitted to the indignity of wearing clothing and having her hair done readily enough. She even demanded ribbons. Sedita lifted Bryce out of the crib and set him on her hip. He immediately began babbling to her and playing with her braids. So how is mighty Ferelden? Feeling somewhat less dignified than it did at breakfast time. Alistair tried to brush the dirt off his doublet before giving up and heading to the wardrobe to grab a different one. Nkal Hero. We've recovered 2 more tags. Sedita gestured at her own heir apparent. Trian arranged for Gorham's daughter, Tara, to apprentice with Danya, and is working on making our ties with the College of Enchanters more official. That's wonderful to hear. Cathiel finished tying the last of the ribbons before retrieving Merrick from the crib. Wynne grabbed another ribbon and began decorating her Maberry. Fiona has sent a rather tentative letter requesting leave to build a small tower on Kal Hirol's trust lands. I assume she's spoken with you already. Sedita gave Trian a pointed look, and he cleared his throat. I've been working with enchanters Fiona and Lenore on the matter. I brought copies of their plans, and I think the idea has merit. Something to discuss over dinner, then. Alistair checked Duncan over and gave the boy an approving nod before doing the same to his companion. Come. The more dignified dignitaries await us. Her brother was all but bouncing. Just once, she'd like him to act his age. Or his station. Or, a squealing sound escaped her, and she headed to intercept Meryl. Can I? Meryl was passing over the bundled infant before Sala could finish the request. She cuddled the tiny form. Hi little Varick. Nearby, one of the riders whistled. Lieutenant, your fledglings are here. Uncle Carver jumped down from one of the towers, landing easily. Sala was pretty sure her brother would try to duplicate the feat by the end of the day, and break one or both of his legs. A moment later, Leandra launched herself from the tower, laughing madly. Her father caught her, and swung her up onto his shoulders before walking over towards them. Caleb was rushing up to him immediately. "You said you thought we were ready for solo flights." "I did." Their uncle raised one eyebrow. He looked up at his daughter. "Did I?" "You did." Leandra giggled. "And did you pick them out griffins?" She giggled again. "Aravaz for Caleb, and Dorf for Lala." "Sala, you done cooing up there?" Carver called. For a moment, she was torn. Ride a griffin, or cuddle a baby. Reluctantly, she handed the infant back to his mother. "Can I hold him more later? We are coming to dinner tonight." "You can hold him then." Meryl smiled. Carver handed Leandra off to Greta, and led them into the griffin enclosure. Ruya stood in the balcony overlooking the garden, watching Cullen and Kel's spar. Gavrin watched eagerly, wooden sword in hand, occasionally trying to imitate a movement. She saw a familiar shadow fall across the ground, and immediately headed for the stairs. "Bull." Iron Bull picked her up and swung her around in a hug. "Hey boss." He set her back down. "Any new news?" "Another assassination attempt on Mavaris, and a message from Dorian for you." She shook her head. She felt herself start to blush. "Which you are just going to have to imagine because I am not repeating it." She raised an eyebrow. "You ran a mission with the new Seekers." He shrugged. "They've got potential. Cassandra sets a pretty high bar. And helped deal with some assassins." He grinned. "I want to meet my niece. I just put her down for a nap." He stuck out his lower lip in an exaggerated pout. "Fine. I'll go be a bad influence on my nephew." He headed into the garden. She rolled her eyes, and followed. Cathiel smiled at where her brother was introducing his newest band to Arl Tegan. Goldena's eldest, Cordell, had done well in her brother's service. His only niece had chosen to join the chantry, and he'd arranged with Sedida to have the youngest of the bunch squire for one of the Knights of the Order of Vigilance. The other nephew was, well, the Red Jennies weren't quite the nightmare they used to be, at least. She was somewhat disappointed Fergus hadn't brought her nieces or his wife. But then, the youngest wasn't old enough to stand yet. The king was engaged in conversation with young Trian. Cathiel smiled. Sedida's choice of heir had caused a stir. From casteless boy to heir apparent of the most powerful house in Kal Hirol was a considerable change. Of course, the fact that one of Orzamir's 2 living paragons had himself been casteless did help. And Sedida had chosen well. The lad had taken over the running of some of House Sedida's holdings and by all accounts they were thriving. She turned to look at Sedida. "Maybe I should send Duncan to live with Zerlinda for a while. Actually, that's not a bad idea. I was considering talking to you about leaving Trian here for a couple months to learn more about Ferelden culture." Sedida looked up at her. "Understanding makes for better neighbors." She shrugged. "And the deep roads have never been safer. We've seen nothing but the rare straggler within 20 miles of Kal Hirol. Do you think?" She hesitated. "He had something to do with that." Sedida closed her eyes a moment. Then she sighed. "That's my assumption. Have you heard anything?" "No." "You?" "The last time I spoke with him, he said we would not meet again." Sedida stared ahead at something 1,000 miles away. She took a deep breath. "The wardens are still getting recruits. Everyone wants to ride a griffin." Cathiel laughed. "Ser Gilmore's having the same problem." She saw a woman moving towards her through the assorted nobles, followed by a young boy and her elven maidservant. Her eyes trailed over his face. Despite what the rumors said, she really didn't see any trace of Nathaniel Howe in his features. He had the fair hair of his mother. "Terna Anara." "Your Majesty," Anara gave a small bow. "Warden Commander. Keeper Linnea regrets she could not attend. The settlement is having some," she sighed, "difficulties, of late. Does the crown need to take an interest?" Cathiel raised an eyebrow. It never failed to surprise her how staunch an elven advocate Anara had become, especially considering what her father had done to the alienage. Of course, considering what her father had allowed to be done in the alienage, It had never failed to surprise her Jiroth hadn't gutted the man. At the moment, I believe that would do more harm than good. It may. Anara lowered her voice. It may be a better solution for the crown to consider officially granting title to Keeper Linnea. Arl, if not Tern. You'd support this notion. Senator raised an eyebrow. It would make the settlement rival Gweren. The settlement rivals Gweren now. I would rather my neighbors be content. And with. Anara shrugged. Things I am not supposed to know about in play, I wholeheartedly support extending friendship to the elves. I do not think we are prepared to create another Ternir, but perhaps it is time we had an elven Arl. I will speak with my husband and Ban Shiani on the matter. She'd also contact Burhan, assuming she could pry him away from the Inquisition and the Divine for the matter. Sala closed the door as quietly as she could. She was halfway down the hall to her room when she heard her father's voice. What's wrong? The tears she'd been fighting back for the last hour started to fall, and she buried her face in Fenris's shoulder as he put his arms around her. I forgot my cloak at the tavern. She choked out the words. Heard Veluk talking to his friends. He's only interested in me because I'm the daughter of the champion and he wants to be guard captain. Fenris rubbed her back gently. Do you want his lungs or his spine? He doesn't have a spine. He's a gutless good-for-nothing piece of wishes he were noble shite. Sala pulled back and wiped at her eyes. Lungs it is, then. Fenris led her into the kitchen and started making tea. And then I'm going to melt them and pour them back up his nose. Sala sat at the table, and then took a cookie off the plate Fenris offered. I really liked him. She swallowed the bite of cookie. Veluk had been the only boy to show interest in her, and he. What's wrong with me? Nothing is wrong with you. Other than I'm plain and a mage and I. Sala. He caught her chin and tilted her face up to meet his eyes. Nothing is wrong with you. He kissed her forehead. Plenty wrong with him. Sala watched him pour the tea. Like the fact he's going to be missing his lungs. And be set on fire. And eaten by griffins. Hung upside down by his toes and forced to listen to Lord Char's poetry. Oh, that's a good one. Sala nodded, wiping the tears away again. Definitely that, after the griffins shit him back out. She took a drink from the tea. And Rashvine in all his armor. How about a classic? Tar and feathers. She moved silently down the roof line, and leaped across, catching hold of the window ledge and pulling herself up. It took her only seconds to work the mechanism, and then the window was open. She slithered inside and shut it behind her, adjusting the latch so it appeared to be still secured. A couple lengthened strides avoided the squeaking floorboard, and she found her objective. A quick twist of the lockpick, and Agatha cursed. A moment later, light flooded the room. She shook her head. A barrier? Seriously? Those are mine. Lenore folded her arms and narrowed her eyes. You had your share already. A low growl escaped her. What did I? Her head came up. You hoarded your candy stash. She gave the woman she'd come to think of as a mother a disbelieving look. Clearly not an unwarranted precaution. Lenore grinned and lowered the magic barrier. She took the box of Kara's tea and candy out of the safe and opened it to offer Agatha a piece. You could have asked. Where's the fun in that? Agatha accepted the candy and bit into it, savoring the flavor. When are we leaving for Kirkwall? She couldn't wait to see Sala. Letters just weren't the same as actually going boy watching with her best friend. We haven't decided if we are attending. Lenore replaced the candy. It's mostly chantry business. But I suppose House Braska does have some interest, and we should consider at least sending a representative. If only there were a good candidate. Someone smart. Someone capable. Someone who wants to visit a friend. She narrowed her eyes. Someone who knows better than to try to steal my candy. Agatha popped the last of the piece of candy into her mouth. What candy? That's my girl. What's this about another assassination attempt? Ruya raised an eyebrow at Bruhan. Divine Victoria didn't mention anyone trying to assassinate her in the latest missive. Iron Bull folded his arms. That's because the assassins weren't after her. He nodded to Bruhan. They targeted him. Idiots. Ruya blinked, and turned to stare at Bruhan. He sighed. Someone hired a group of thugs to ambush me on the way back here. Not very serious thugs. Iron Bull shrugged. Cram and I barely had to do anything. Were these because you are in a relationship with the Divine, or because you are a representative of the Inquisition? He sighed. With certain rumors. He shook his head. The loyalty of elves everywhere is being questioned. The thought that a Dalish elf has the ear of both Divine and Inquisitor. Not to mention the King and Queen of Ferelden and the Warden Commander. Ruya nodded. I may assign you a guard detail again. She frowned. Actually, for now I'm just going to assign you the Chargers. We'll be heading to Kirkwall in a couple weeks for the thing. She shrugged. Cullen has already been in touch with Avellini regarding security, and we'll be bringing our forces, but I want the Chargers in as a less. She tilted her head. Formal unit. Can you believe it's been 5 years since we kicked Corypheus's ass? Iron Bull grinned. Think we'll get the whole gang together. Sierra is already in Kirkwall. Doing reconnaissance. She looked over at Bruhan. Sorry. But she actually spelled the word correctly, so there is that. He shrugged and smiled. Dorian will be attending in his role as ambassador. If Cassandra finishes her business in Navarra in time, she'll be there. I haven't heard yet from Rainier or Cole. Vivian will be attending as Grand Enchanter of the Circle. She smiled. Cullen and I do have an estate in Kirkwall, so we'll have a base of operations other than the Chantry itself. Bruhan looked up at Iron Bull. We should head out in advance. Check the lay of the land, secure the estate, make sure the wine cellar is stocked. I like the way you think, Songbird. Ruya rolled her eyes, and left her spies to do their thing. Duncan gestured for Jarath to stand guard. The older boy shook his head in disapproval, but did as he was asked. Duncan crept in closer to listen in on the conversation between his parents and the Warden Commander, climbing onto a table so he could hear better through the screen. It appeared Keeper Linnea was going to become an Arl. That was good, he liked Linnea. She always brought him a toy when she visited. They were still worried about the wolf guy. And worrying about what the other guy, the one his friend had been named for, was up to and what it could mean. One of us, at least, should attend the celebration in Kirkwall. His father was speaking. I can't be away from the twins that long, and I'm not bringing them. Well, that makes it an easy choice. Will you be coming? Yes, actually. And bringing Trian. It's past time he met the Divine and the Inquisitor. Duncan grimaced. It wasn't fair. Just because Trian was older. He was an heir as well. He leaned forward to catch his father's next words and the table he was standing on collapsed beneath him. He tumbled off and landed sprawled in the hallway. Jarath rushed to him just as the king opened the door, the Warden Commander a pace behind him. Spies. Sedita folded her arms. That I sent to bed an hour ago. Alistair glared at his son, and then turned his disapproving eyes to Jarath. Is being his second too much responsibility for you? Jarath wilted before his gaze. No, Your Majesty. You do understand that the orders I give you supersede any he gives you. Yes, Your Majesty. Duncan got to his feet. It wasn't his fault. I snuck out. He just followed to keep me out of trouble. His father nodded, and knelt before him, looking him square in the eye. One of the hardest things to learn about being king is that other people must pay for the decisions you make. Since you won't consider the consequences for yourself, consider the consequences for him. This time, he's going to face running drills for Keelan. Alistair stood, and stared down at his son. One day, it may be an assassin's blade. Get back to your room. Jarath, report to Keelan first thing in the morning. It's not fair. Duncan shook his head and looked helplessly at his friend. Jarath hadn't even wanted to come and now he was the one getting punished. Another of the hard lessons a king must learn. To your room. Yes, father. Yes, Your Majesty. Sedita watched the young prince leave, followed by his loyal vassal. She'd told Alistair of how her brother had once hammered the same point home to her. You were listening. I do that. He shrugged. Sometimes. He shook his head, and then looked at Cathiel. I'm going to take those two to Kirkwall with me. She started to object, and then nodded. No, that's probably best. He'll need to start learning that being king isn't a fun job. Cathiel shrugged. Hopefully, he's also learned his lesson about sticking frogs in the pockets of visiting dignitaries. Yep. Sedida nodded. That is definitely your son. I hate you. Chapter 2, Kirkwall. The intervening years had brought peace and stability to his life. Most days he even slept peacefully. And yet he still couldn't stand to be below decks. Colin leaned on the railing, looking out at the water. Almost 8 years had passed since the last time he'd been to Kirkwall. He'd been a different man, then. The ship rose and fell with the waves. His wife and kids were in the hold, having a nap. He hadn't been sure about bringing Kylie along on the voyage, but Minov and his wife both knew healing magic. Gavrin was enjoying himself immensely, and he was starting to be concerned about the habits the boy might be picking up from the crew. There. He looked up from the water at the sound of Isabella's voice, and looked where she was pointing. He could just make out the site of the cliffs. When was the last time you were back? He glanced over at her. About 2 months ago. Isabella grinned. Running books and tapestries for the chantry. The Inquisitor is a very bad influence on my crew. She shook her head. We haven't engaged in decent piracy since. She caught the narrowing of his eyes. Oh, never mind when. She leaned on the railing next to him. It's changed and it hasn't. Suppose that's true of a lot of things. He straightened. I'm going to go get Gavrin. He wants to watch us head into the docks. Land. Duncan grabbed hold of some of the ropes and pulled himself up for a better view. Look, father, land. He rushed up to the front of the ship, followed by Jarath. Thank the Maker. Alistair took a deep breath. When he'd suggested bringing his son along, he hadn't quite considered that meant having the boy in a confined space for several uninterrupted days. He was fairly sure the crew was contemplating regicide. He glanced down at Sedida. Was I? Yes. I wasn't Dash. You told me you were raised by dogs. But Dash. You once went 12 days without bathing. That was Dash. You and Cathiel spent an afternoon going through every variation of plant-related pun available until one of all people threatened your lives. He folded his arms and glared at her for having a very good point. At least I never summoned a dragon. No. Sedida shrugged. You just charged in and let it stand on you. Tryan made a noise that sounded suspiciously like a snort of laughter. Alistair shook his head and turned to look at the other woman accompanying him. How Terna Anara managed to still look stately and composed after 6 days aboard a ship was a mystery for the ages. Her son was content to sit in a pile of ropes, out of the way, reading quietly. Odd, how time could change things. Once, he'd nearly had the woman executed. Now, with Tegan recovering from a broken leg, she was the logical choice to bring as his diplomatic attaché. Though he would have preferred to bring Tegan. What had the man been thinking, riding a tilt at his age? He chuckled ruefully. As if he wasn't approaching 40 himself. And Sedida's once crimson hair was now half gone to silver. She was what, 6 years older than he was? He couldn't quite bring himself to ask. He glanced back at Anara's son. Young Loghain. Another mystery for the ages. Anara had never confirmed nor denied any of the rumors concerning the paternity of her son. The Ferelden nobility had settled on Nathaniel Howe, a decision helped by the man's mysterious disappearance along with their former warden commander. The latter for the second time. The city began to rise before them. Kirkwall. The city of chains. He should have a word with Varric about making the entrance into the bay look less ominous. Gabriel opened the door to find an elven girl. He glanced over his shoulder and called out to his daughter. I found trouble. Sala made an actual squealing sound as she flung herself down the stairs and into her best friend's waiting hug. Agatha laughed gleefully as she was dragged into the house and towards the kitchen. Gabriel just shook his head and closed the door. Orana was already pressing food on their guest. And Caleb, showing signs of self-preservation instinct, was nowhere to be seen. He turned to Fenris. Varric asked us to meet the Inquisitor and some of the other incoming guests while he's seeing to the divine. Fenris nodded. Shall we? He also said to remind you that Magister Pavis is a friend, and to ask you to please leave his spine where you found it. Ruya stepped off the ship into Dorian's hug. He planted a kiss on her cheek before doing a double take at the sight of Gavrin. Maker, last time I saw him, he was. He glanced at Kylie. Well, the size of that one. Iron Bull's already at the estate. She smiled up at Dorian. Surprised you aren't there? Well, I intended to, but then a thought occurred to me. He shrugged. I have no idea where your estate is. Actually. Cullen shook his head. Neither do we. And that's my cue. A familiar voice had them both turning to see Hawk and Fenris. Inquisitor, always a pleasure. He gave a small bow. Cullen. A young man standing behind the champion tilted his head at Kells. What the hell is that on your face? Kells broke into a huge smile and strode forward to hug the man. Caleb. He stepped back, and brushed a hand over his face proudly. It's called a beard. Hawk half turned. Inquisitor, I don't believe you've met my son. Caleb, Inquisitor Trevelyan. Caleb bowed. Well met. Fenris turned away from where he'd been talking to one of the dock workers, and joined them. Hawk spread his hands. We are your official welcoming party, so welcome to Kirkwall. Or back to Kirkwall, as the case may be. He grinned. Come, we'll show you to your estate. You'll love it. It's right next door to mine. Maker have mercy, Cullen muttered. The ship jolted slightly as it came to a rest at the docks. Jarath caught Duncan and hauled him back before he ended up in the water. Look at the statue. Duncan pointed. That's the champion. He stared up at the city. Look at this place. He turned towards his companion. I bet we could climb that. I bet your father would lock us in the dungeon if we tried. Jarath looked up at the city. Here and there were still signs of damage from when the chantry had exploded. The new chantry was visible, gleaming white in the sun. Who's that father is talking to? Duncan nodded to a tall, red-haired woman. Guard Captain Avellini, most likely. Jarath tilted his head. When the king signaled him, he collected his charge and the younger boy and brought them to the rest of the group. Loghain moved to dutifully follow his mother. Duncan kept pointing and staring at various things. He stopped to look at the statue. Jarath shook his head. Duncan. How do you think they keep the fire burning? Duncan dodged the attempt to grab his arm. Probably magic. 'Cause the champion is a mage, right? Duncan walked a circle around the statue. Did he really cut off the Orishik's head? He tilted his head. Why'd they give him a sword if he's a mage? I don't know. You could ask him. Jarath followed his prince as the boy went to read the placard. How come they don't mention that the champion is Feral Dan? Duncan frowned at it. He is, you know. He was even our court mage for a while. I know. I was there. Jarath put a hand on Duncan's shoulder. Come on, we've got to catch up with. He looked back over his shoulder and saw no sign of the king or his retinue. Shit. With shit. Duncan looked up, then looked at where Jarath was looking. Oh. Your father is going to kill me. If we catch up, maybe he won't notice. Duncan dashed in the direction he thought his father had gone. Duncan. Jarath chased after him. Alistair made it to the steps before glancing over his shoulder. Loghain was walking next to his mother. And Jarath and Duncan were nowhere to be seen. Sedida caught his look and began looking around. Shit. Problem. Avellini asked when she realized they'd stopped. We are short one prince and one prince's second. Alistair began walking back to the docks. Loghain, did you see where the others went? Anara looked down at her son. He shook his head. Anara, go with one of the guard up to Viscount's keep in case they manage to get there. Yes, your majesty. Anara immediately began following the guard Avellini indicated. He turned to look at Sedida. She nodded. Traian and I will go left. I'll go right. Avellini sighed. I'll head back to the docks. She gestured for the other 3 guardsmen to start looking. Iron Bull opened the door of the estate and stared down at Ruya. Do you have an appoint? He saw Dorian and stepped forward to pick the other man up in a giant bear hug. Cadden. He carried Dorian into the house. Ruya just rolled her eyes and went inside after him. The place was larger than she had expected. And something smelled delicious. She walked from the foyer into the great room. Hi-ya-ya-ya. Someone leaped off the balcony, landed next to her, and gave her a huge hug and a sloopy kiss on the cheek. She laughed. Sira. Raven's up at Sundermount, checking in on the griffins. Should be home for dinner. Sira gestured. Grand, innit? She nodded to Hawk. The champion's lady filled the kitchen for us. You have got to try her little pie things. Eating, not throwing. That's later. She waved. Cully Wooly. Hawk got a huge grin on his face as Cullen winced and shook his head. He glared at the champion. Don't. Too late. He snickered. Cully Wooly. Duncan looked around the dark alleyway. I think we took a wrong turn. We took several wrong turns. Jaroth shook his head. We need to go up. Well now. A voice came from behind them. What have we here? Several men stepped out of the shadows. Jaroth immediately shoved Duncan behind him. The speaker smirked. Couple lost little lords. The speaker glanced over his shoulder at his companions. Think somebody'd pay us for their. He grinned, showing a rotting tooth. Recovery. He took a step forward, and Jaroth drew his sword. Get back. The man laughed. Well now, we've got a scrapper here. Put that down, boy, before I spank you with it. Jaroth began backing up, moving Duncan with him as he tried to look for an escape route. The man who'd spoken earlier drew a long knife. He lunged to grab Jaroth's arm, and Jaroth moved through one of the forms Kelon had so recently drilled into him. The blade slashed the man's arm, sending a spray of blood flying. The man snarled. Run. Jaroth called to Duncan. The younger boy obeyed immediately. Jaroth parried the man's blow, and opened a wound in his leg. Another of the men tried to grab him, and he felt pain blossom along his side. He slammed the hilt of his blade into the man's face, and ran after the prince. Gabriel nodded to the guard, and turned back to the hall. Inquisitor, I'm afraid I must call this visit to a halt. He spread his hands. Apparently, Prince Duncan went missing at the docks. They are trying to look for him without alerting the city's more unsavory elements. Cullen immediately got to his feet. We'll help. Caleb gestured to Kells. Kells and I can take some of the shortcuts we used to run, see if they got mixed in with the urchins. He smiled. Do so. He turned to Cullen and Ruya. Cullen, shall we give your wife a tour of Dark Town? Duncan stumbled to a halt. I think we. He turned to his companion, and his eyes widened. You're bleeding. His friend's side was stained red. Jaroth touched his side and winced. It's not too deep, I don't think. He shook his head, swaying slightly as he did. We need to head back up. No. A new voice said. You need to get that looked at. A young man stepped out of the shadows. Or you're going to bleed to death. Once again, Jaroth pushed Duncan behind him and put a hand on his sword. Stay back. The young man tilted his head, and peered at them through vivid green eyes. If I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't have alerted you to my presence. He held out a hand, and fire appeared around it, lighting the area. And your sword wouldn't do you much good. You really should sit down, or you're going to. Duncan gasped as his friend collapsed. Jaroth. Well, you're going to do that. The young man sighed and moved to Jaroth's side. His fingers glowed white as he pressed them against the wound. There. He looked up at Duncan, then back down at Jaroth. What did you call him? Jaroth. The young man looked up at him and shook his head. No, he's far too young to be Jarath. He blinked. He's always been Jarath. Has he? The young man frowned. Really? He looked back down at the unconscious boy. Then would you, by chance, be Duncan? Yes. He gave the young man a confused look. How did you know my name? We've met. He frowned. Or we will. Hard to keep track sometimes. It's all shifting. I think I'm too early. Too early for what? But then if I wasn't here? The young man chewed his lower lip thoughtfully. Well, that's a very good point. He laughed. If I wasn't too early, I would be far too late. He bent, and picked Jarath up. Come on. Let's get you home. Home is Ferelden. Duncan picked up Jarath's sword. He frowned as the young man started down a flight of stairs. Jarath said we needed to go up. We will. But we have to go down first. It's by the clinic. What clinic? Well, it used to be a clinic. And it might be one again. They aren't sure yet. Or won't be sure then. Tenses. You're weird. Alistair walked into the keep and gave Anara a hopeful look. She shook her head, and he closed his eyes. Not in Kirkwall one day, and his son was missing. And Jarath Gilmore too. If Cathiel didn't kill him, Nijera would. Behind him, two young men entered. One wore Inquisition colors. Both were filthy. The one in Inquisition colors bowed. King Alistair. The other young man's eyes widened, and he also bowed. We offered some of the street urchins a reward for information. He hesitated. One says he saw the boys go into Dark Town, and there was an altercation with some lowlifes. He claims the boys escaped, but he doesn't know where they went. He gestured. My parents, the Inquisitor, and Commander Cullen are searching Dark Town now. Why take us to a wine cellar? Duncan turned towards the young man. And who are you, anyway? The former because those stairs go up. He gestured. And the latter I can't tell you. Why can't you tell me? He frowned. Because you didn't know when we first met. If I say the wrong thing, you might do the wrong thing, and then where will we be? The young man shook his head, sending a lock of black hair into his eyes. He set Jarath down, and brushed his hair back irritably. Of course I don't know who you are. You haven't introduced yourself. I will when I first meet you. But... Duncan shook his head and growled in frustration. One of them wasn't making a lot of sense. He went to look at his friend, and moved the tunic aside. The wound was closing rapidly. Already it looked like little more than a scratch. Is he going to be okay? Of course. He doesn't die until he's considerably older. What is that supposed to mean? I'm too early. He frowned. Was I supposed to be here? He raised an eyebrow at Duncan, and then looked down at Jarath. Or was someone else supposed to be? Duncan stomped his foot. Why are you asking me? You're the one who would. He frowned. Will know. Was knowing? I'm going to need you to tell me then. It is very important that you not forget. Forget what? I don't know. You didn't tell me. Pay attention. He stood. I must be going. I'm not expected until after I leave. You'll meet me again. He smiled. Who knows, perhaps I'll even meet you. He watched the young man go back out the way they'd come, and frowned. He turned a slow circle. All right. He was in a wine cellar. Jarath was hurt, but healing. And there was a crazy man wandering Dark Town. He shook his head. This was all starting to sound like one of his father's stories from the days of the Blight. He sat next to his friend, and waited for him to wake up. She said she's been there all day and hasn't seen anyone use that entrance. Hawk shook his head. Cullen sighed. I assume that's how you used to come and go from the gallows. The times I didn't want the Templars to know about, anyway. Hawk frowned. Let's check the clinic, then head back up to my estate, check in with the others. How many secret passages does Kirkwall have, anyway? Ruya followed the men down a flight of stairs. We haven't even begun checking the old Tevinter hideaways yet. Fenris glanced over his shoulder. What are the odds they got into one of those? I don't even want to think about it. Hawk shook his head. We've sealed off most of them. I fear it's far more likely the king will be receiving a ransom notice. Cullen sighed. Usual procedure then. Hawk shrugged. Fenris nodded. Ruya looked from one man to the other. Usual procedure. Show up, get the hostage safe, then set everything on fire. Hawk grinned. You really think they'd learn? Fenris sighed. Hawk shook his head at Cullen as they finished looking around the area. I am so glad you aren't a Templar anymore. He casually moved something aside and unlocked a door. Inquisitors first. He bowed. And this would be how you smuggled the mages once you got them out of the gallows. Cullen shook his head and smiled. Duncan looked up as four adults entered the room. Jaroth tried to get up and grab his sword, then blinked. Sarah Hawk. The man stared, then turned to look behind him, and then turned back towards Jaroth and Duncan. How in the name of Androsta did you two get in here? Alistair rushed into the estate to find his son behind fed cookies by Orana and Jaroth being tended to by the Inquisitor and the Champion. What happened? Duncan swallowed a bite of cookie. I wasn't asking you. Alistair's voice was sharp. Jaroth. We went to read the placard at the statue, and lost sight of you. We went running to catch up, and I guess we went the wrong way. Jaroth swallowed. Some men attacked us. One caught me with a dagger as we were making our escape. Then there was a mage and... He swallowed again. I passed out, Your Majesty. I don't know how we got into the cellar. He nodded slowly. I appreciate you protecting my son. I even appreciate you lying to protect him, since we both know the truth is he wandered off and you went after him. He looked up at Ruya. Is he going to be alright? Whoever healed him knew what they were doing. There won't even be a scar. She gave him a reassuring smile. His eyes closed, and he took several deep breaths. The boys were safe. That was the important thing. He turned slowly to where his son was standing. The boy wouldn't meet his eyes. Duncan. Father. Leliana chuckled. I would have expected it to be an Amel that got lost and had the guard in an uproar. No. Though Agatha Amel is here to represent House Braska's interests, and is staying at the Hawk estate. Burhan ran his fingers through her hair. She lay with her head pillowed on his chest, listening to his heartbeat. Moments like these were all too few and far between these days, even with most of Theda's knowing she had a lover. How many Amels is that in Kirkwall? Are we counting the Inquisitor? He considered. The Champion, his 3 children, Carver, his 2 children, the Inquisitor, her 2 children, and Agatha, assuming Lenore doesn't change her mind and show up. I thought the Champion only had 2 children. She looked up at him. Lady Orana had a son a year or so back. Neris Hawk. Her fingers trailed over his stomach. Do you ever regret us not having any children? Not particularly. He caught her hand, and kissed her fingers. Do you? I am divine. I have hundreds of children. Chapter 3, Dedication. Cullen stepped in to help her button the front of the formal tunic. Danya had been working on some ideas for a new prosthetic, but after the last one had somehow ended up possessed, Ruya was a little leery of the dwarf's assistance. Gavarin was dressed in a miniature version of the formal attire, and looked so much like his father Ruya couldn't help but smile. Kylie would be staying with Minav for the proceedings. Iron Bull met them by the door, also wearing the formal attire of the Inquisition. Hey boss. Songbird and Dorian went on ahead, with some of the boys as escorts. Kells nodded. Sierra took off this morning too. He shrugged. Well, the gist was keep an eye on things. She said to tell you. He swallowed, cleared his throat, and continued. Meow. They stepped out of the estate to find the Hawk family waiting for them. Ruya noted that the formal attire of Fenris and Hawk seemed to incorporate a lot of armor. Hawk gave her a bow when he saw her. Inquisitor. I was worried Cully Wooly would get lost, so we decided to wait for you. A snicker from Kells was cut off by a glare from Cullen. Hawk continued as if he hadn't noticed anything. "This is my daughter, Sala." He indicated a plain-faced young woman dressed in a cloak bearing the Hawk family crest. "And this is Trouble, otherwise known as Agatha Amel, here to represent House Braska." The beautiful young elven woman dropped into a curtsy. "A pleasure, Inquisitor. Mama Lenore speaks highly of you." Ruya gave her a small bow. "Lovely to meet you." Caleb led the way, navigating the streets of Hightown as they made their way to the chantry. Ruya kept a grip on Gavrin's hand until he stumbled. Cullen swept the boy up and set him onto his shoulder without breaking stride. Sala couldn't help but stare. Noble gatherings weren't anything new to her, but this. She was walking into Viscount's Keep as a member of the Inquisitor's entourage. And there was the Tevinter ambassador, greeting the Inquisitor with a hug and a kiss on the cheek. The King of Ferelden greeted her with a smile, as did a rather subdued prince. She pointed out some of the people Agatha didn't recognize, and Agatha did the same for her. Her father glanced at them over his shoulder before telling her to go mingle and keep trouble out of things. Agatha immediately took her arm and they headed deeper into the chantry. "I heard Red Jenny is here." "She is." Sala nodded. She lowered her voice. "Do you think it's true the Inquisitor is a Red Jenny?" "Charade is your aunt. You could ask." Agatha led them up to a balcony to get a better view of the proceedings. "I tried." She just grinned. Sala leaned on the railing next to Agatha. "Anything new in Ferelden?" "Same problems as everywhere." Agatha sighed. "Everyone's just waiting for something to change so they can react to it. Tevinter and the Cunnery are still in stalemate, and lots of folks aren't sure if they want to take sides there." "What side is House Braska on?" "Dorian's." Agatha grinned. "We've been helping where we can." Ruya smiled at Anara. "Terna, it's been too long." Anara nodded. "It has." She looked down at Gavrin, then at the boy trailing beside her. "Loghain, you remember Gavrin?" The boy nodded. Anara looked back up at Ruya. "The Divine has had an area set up for the children to play together. I was just taking Loghain." "Splendid idea." Ruya took Gavrin's hand. "I think Gavrin has had his fill of getting his cheeks pinched. I hear young Leandra Hawk bit a Delancet." Anara smiled. "Not entirely certain I blame her." She led Ruya to a room and attached small garden that had a half-dozen Templars guarding it, and was under the watchful eye of two grandmotherly-looking women in chantry robes. Prince Duncan was already present, as was his companion. Ruya gave Jaroth a quick look over, but the lad appeared to have recovered from his recent trials. Duncan's explanation of what had occurred hadn't been particularly coherent, and most of it had been delivered in tears after realizing just how angry his father was. Ruya looked down at Gavrin. "Do you want to go play with Loghain?" Before he could answer, a young girl hopped over to them. She reached out and grabbed one of Loghain's hands, and tried to do the same to Gavrin. "You two are on my team." She smiled at the girl. "And what is your name?" "I'm Leandra." "You're the Inquisitor." "She's the Terna." "This is Loghain." "That's Gavrin." "Duncan says he's too old to play, but he's just being grumpy because they won't let him go back to the table with all the sweets, and Jaroth really is too old to play. Farah's team is going to win if we don't hurry." She took Gavrin's hand and dragged him into the room. "Come on." A laugh escaped her as she watched both boys get shanghaied into something apparently involving using every book on the shelf to build forts. "I think they'll be fine." Leliana shifted slightly in her chair, and longed for the days she could be up and mingling instead of dealing with a line of well-wishers. Grand Enchanter Vivian had positioned herself just to the right of the dais, picking a well-lit area to see and be seen. She kept the smile on her face as one of Kirkwall's nobles wished her a long and happy reign in truly atrocious verse. "Soladin, Ma Arlath." She barely heard the whispered words from the man next to her, but they were enough to make the smile real. Burhan stood to her left, Michel de Chevin to her right, both playing the role of bodyguard this evening. Guard Captain Avellini herself also stood at the base of the dais, clearly on duty, and across from her was Guard Lieutenant Carver Hawk. And somewhere in that crowd were the Inquisitor, Cullen, Sira, and the Champion. For all its tragic history, she felt surprisingly safe here in Kirkwall. She flicked her eyes towards Carver and noted again the stylized dragon tattooed on the side of his face. Temarin, Talsaad, Riamas, and Danya of the Inquisition all wore similar marks. And despite Burhan having attempted to question them all at length, none of them would explain exactly what the marks meant. She knew who they had all served. It was possibly the marks were nothing more than an expression of loyalty, to the man and each other. She couldn't help but feel there was more to it. Varric grinned up at Hawk. You said you had good news. The Prince of Starkhaven decided not to attend. Hawk returned the smile. He sent the message to me, claiming that missives he sends you have a disturbing habit of apparently going awry. At least, he never seems to hear back from you. Tragic. Varric leaned back on the railing. I was sort of hoping to stick him and Lenore in a room together and see what happens. Said she couldn't make it either. What kind of trouble are we expecting here? Hawk glanced around the crowd. Oh, usual rumbles of disapproval regarding the Divine's reforms. Annoyance she isn't wagging a shaming finger at us here in Kirkwall. Cyril Montfort is in attendance as the Orlshian representative, though it looks like he isn't holding a grudge. Well. Hawk shrugged. Good. The bad news is that at some point this evening. Varric took a drink. You are still expected to give a speech. He shook his head. You do have one prepared, right? I got to welcome friends, and then it's pretty much setting something on fire and running for it. Yeah, that's what Caleb and I thought. He handed Hawk a piece of parchment. You're on after me? Can't I just stab him a little bit? Sala shook her head. No. How about poison? No. Agatha narrowed her eyes. Fine. I'll set him on fire. She giggled. If I wanted him set on fire, I'd have told Papa what happened. She sighed. Shouldn't really be that big a surprise. Other than my station, what do I have to offer? She winced as Agatha casually smacked her on the back of the head. Don't talk about my best friend like that. Agatha set her hands on her hips. Sorry, I'm just. She sighed and shook her head before putting the smile back onto her face. This is a party, right? I'm going to be happy. And who knows, maybe I'll find some handsome lord and sweep him off his feet. Agatha scanned the crowd. That one's pretty. That's Cyril Montfort. My father kind of killed his. Oh. Well, that would complicate things, wouldn't it? She tilted her head. Well, this could take a while. Leliana clapped lightly as Varric finished his thankfully brief speech. The dwarf did have a way with words. The champion stepped up as soon as Varric finished. He unfolded a piece of parchment. Divine Victoria, all of dash. Something exploded, and people started to scream. Cullen leaped down from the stairs and headed down the hall. A Templar tried to block his path before his eyes widened in recognition. Ser. He shoved the man aside and continued forward. A healer was kneeling next to an elderly woman in chantry robes. Several frightened children were cowering behind 4 shield-wielding Templars as another elderly woman tried to comfort them. 2 armored bodies lay on the ground. He scanned the faces, and then scanned them again. Gavrin. Cone Rutherford. A younger woman in chantry robes bowed twice. Ser. Where is my son? Some of the children were in the garden, my lord. She swallowed. They are. She swallowed again. Missing, my lord. He headed into the room towards the garden. Another armored body lay on the ground, and an injured Templar leaned against the wall as a healer tended him. The Templar saw him and tried to get to his feet. Knight Captain. He didn't bother to correct the man. What happened? The veil tore, sir. One moment the kids were playing, and the next there were demons. The Templar closed his eyes. We kept the demons off the kids, but when the veil closed, the kids that had been in the garden weren't anywhere. Something took my son. Yes, sir. Cullen took several deep breaths, forcing the fear back down. Who else was in the garden? The Ferelden kids. The prince, his servant, and the Terranus son. And my daughter. Meryl stepped in from out of the garden. Her staff was in her hand. It wasn't a random tear. Someone summoned the demons. And there was an oddity to the magic. Are they? He couldn't bring himself to say the word. Her eyes hardened. Someone took them, undoubtedly for a reason. Magic crackled where her hand held her staff. We'll find them. She looked at the faces of the worried parents, and felt her heart tighten in her chest. Leliana sighed, and turned towards Bruhan. My agents found several plots regarding the dedication, but nothing to suggest targeting the children. He nodded. Mine would agree. There was nothing to suggest any serious attempts to disrupt the proceedings themselves. Well, you missed something. Alistair paced the room. The Inquisitor and Cullen stood to one side. She wasn't sure who was leaning on who. Anara sat in a chair, eyes fixed at some point in the distance, hands clutched worriedly. Carver leaned next to the door, head bowed and eyes closed. Ruya lifted her own head. What do we know? Leliana turned towards Meryl and Dorian. Dorian nodded, and turned to look at Ruya. Someone opened a rift, and not an ordinary one. I found traces of the same magic Alexius used in Red Cliff. Time magic. Ruya raised an eyebrow. Why? It's similar enough to one of my own techniques that my theory is whoever took the children sped themselves up to get in and get the children before anyone could react. Distracted by the demons, the guards didn't even have a chance to see. There is more. Meryl's voice was quiet. Explain. Ruya turned her eyes to the elven woman. The tear led somewhere other than the fade. It was. She narrowed her eyes. The magic was similar to that used by an Elevian. The tear was used to move them somewhere. She glanced at Dorian. Or, possibly, someone. Who could manage this? Leliana asked. Dorian glanced at Meryl. Well, we could, but it would require a lot of lyrium. So we know how. Carver spoke without moving. Now the question is why? No, the question is how do we get them back? Alistair punched the wall. How much lyrium do you need to reopen this thing? I'll have set it a send to Kal Hirol and we'll dash. We'd need either enough lyrium to fill this building, or I'd have to kill about half of the people in Kirkwall. Meryl folded her arms. Silence filled the room at her words. Slowly, Leliana nodded. Bruhan, go to Vivian. I need to know what mages could know enough of this magic to even consider something like this. Dorian, I believe Alexius is still with the Inquisition. Would you be so kind as to find out if anyone has spoken to him about this magic? Both men nodded and left the room. Anara stood shakily. Most holy, if you'll excuse me, I need to. She trembled, and Carver moved to catch her as she stumbled. I need to. I know all of you. Leliana looked around the room at a group of terrified people fully capable of tearing the world asunder. Right now, I need you all to take deep breaths. We will get them back. Ruya stared at the small shrine, and tried to get her thoughts into some kind of order. Her son was missing. Taken. Her sweet little boy. Across the room, Cullen sat in a chair, holding their daughter as if terrified she'd be next. She swallowed, and tried to call up the right words from the chant. A prayer for her son's safety. In the back of her mind, a thought moved along another line. She closed her eyes, and opened herself to the fade. For a moment, she hesitated, and then she touched the veil. Her thoughts were somewhere between a prayer and a wish. Salas, if you can hear me. Please. Help. Alistair tried to sit, and stood back up after only a moment. He went back to pacing. Sedita watched him quietly, knowing better than to try to comfort him with words. Someone had his son. Someone had taken his son. For all he knew, someone was hurting his son. He looked up at the painting of Andraste on the wall, and shook his head. Prayer was useless. He needed. He picked up a vase off the desk and threw it against the wall. He followed it with a glass, a small figurine, and a pitcher. Then he picked up the chair and threw it after them. If he could have lifted the desk, it would have gone as well. He stopped, and stared at the fire. For a moment, he made himself take deep breaths. Look, I don't know how this works, but... He shook his head. You said you'd help. Every time we've needed you, you've been there. Jarath, if you can hear me. He closed his eyes. My son needs your help. Ruya tilted her head at Dorian. So it's not actually reopening the tier. It's reopening the tier, but not far. Just enough for Meryl and I to look inside, so to speak. Dorian ran a hand through his hair. Something to go on. I'll take it. Alistair's voice was quiet. If we can find out where they are by looking through a tier, maybe. We'll know where to send an army. Cullen folded his arms. She nodded. What do you need me to do? Opening the tier is going to take most of what Meryl and I have. We'll need you and Hawk to be on hand just in case anything does slip through. And Carver, in case we need to shut everything down quickly. Divine Victoria, maybe you shouldn't. Ruya started to say. Leliana glared at her. No. This is exactly where I should be. You have always been there when I needed you. She put a hand on Ruya's shoulder, and pulled her into a hug. It is my turn to be here for you. Ruya felt herself tremble as she hugged her friend back. Thank you. All right. We're ready. She turned towards Dorian and Meryl. They stood on opposite sides of the door. Carver and Hawk stood behind Meryl, while Iron Bull stood near Dorian. She took up her position. Alistair and Cullen both stood near the Divine. It was clear everyone was prepared for a fight. Magic glowed around the hands of Dorian and Meryl as they wove the magic. She leaned forward as the veil came open. Energy rushed out, and she threw up the readied barrier. Images flashed inside the tier. The same garden, but covered in snow? And then something was coming through. Iron Bull moved in as the Pride Demon moved toward Dorian. On the other side, she saw two demons move in on Meryl only to be met by the Hawk brothers. She formed the spirit blade in her remaining hand, and slashed through a shade. The tier started to collapse. A terror demon flung itself at the Divine. A young man stepped between Leliana and the demon, striking it in the face with a staff before sending a blast of energy to finish it off. A second blast took out a Pride demon before it finished manifesting, and spread through the room, disintegrating the demons. Ruya stared. Okay, she could figure out how he'd done that later. She turned to Dorian. Did you get enough information? Ruya asked. I think so. Dorian got back to his feet with the help of Iron Bull. Thank the Maker. Cullen let out the breath he'd apparently been holding. Iron Bull glanced over his shoulder and frowned. He pointed at the young man. Where'd he come from? Alistair pointed the tip of his blade at the dark-haired young man. Who are you? The young man returned his staff to his back. Your Majesty. He bowed. My father regrets that circumstances prevented him from coming to your aid personally. He sends his regards. The young man smiled. And me. Holy shit. Carver's eyes widened. Kieran. Chapter 4, Prayers Answered? Sala sat on the railing, staring down at the entrance to the hallway. Do you think it worked? I don't know. Agatha paced the carpet. We should have heard by now, right? She turned back to Sala. I mean, it's the Inquisitor and your papa. They are two of the most powerful mages in the world. And Aunt Meryl. I wish your mama was here too. Sala chewed the end of one of her braids. Leandra's going to be all right. The others too. Agatha looked down at where Caleb was talking to Kells. Kells stood with some of the other Inquisition soldiers and the Warden Commander, blocking any attempt to enter the hallway. She squinted. Not just soldiers. Templars. Despite his best efforts, Caleb clearly wasn't getting anywhere. While he might have been able to talk his way past Kells, there was no way he was going to succeed in talking his way past Sedida. And if Caleb couldn't talk his way past, nobody could. For a moment, she considered going out the window and looking for a vantage point to watch what was happening in the garden. She caught a glimpse of red hair and saw Sala rush to intercept the guard captain. Aunt Avellini. Her eyes suddenly widened. Annabelle wasn't with. No. Avellini took a deep breath. Thank the Maker, Donic's mother was watching her. Avellini glanced at the guards on the hallway. How many were hurt? Sala clasped her hands. Do they need another healer? I could. Avellini caught her shoulder. I know. You want to help. She sighed. It could have been a lot worse if the Inquisition hadn't brought some of their mages. 7 were killed, the rest are recovered enough to be making demands of the Viscount. She looked from Agatha to Sala. You two should go home. If something goes wrong, a healer might be needed here. Sala stuck out her chin stubbornly. Your father and the Inquisitor could be the ones hurt. Sala folded her arms. And I'm a better healer than Papa anyway. She left Sala to argue the guard captain into letting them stay. It wasn't like Sala's argument wasn't valid. Agatha squinted. Something's happening. She watched the divine emerge from the hallway, followed by the Inquisitor and the others. She didn't see the kids, but there was someone new. A tall, black-haired, and very good-looking young man. She tilted her head. Based on the fact he was carrying a staff, he was probably a mage. And whoever he was making the others very nervous. Who is that? I had best go find out. You two stay here. Avellini glared at them before heading down the stairs. They gave a count of 30 before following her. Kieran. Burhan raised an eyebrow. As in the son of Jarath and Morrigan Kieran. Yes. Carver nodded. Are you sure? Cullen raised an eyebrow at Carver. It's been about 3 years since the last time I saw him, but yes. I'm sure. All right, forgive my skepticism. Cullen glanced over his shoulder. That guy is at least 4 inches taller than I am. Oh, thank the Maker. Someone else said it first. Alistair leaned on the table. What now? Hold it. Sierra shook her head. We're all okay with. Sierra glanced over her shoulder. He's a big demon guy, and he just shows up here now? How'd he know about this even? I called to Jarath. And he answered. Alistair closed his eyes. Which means Kieran can help. He called over to Kieran. You can help, right? 'Tis why I am here. He walked over to them. Though it would assist if someone told me what it is I am supposed to help with. It must be more than demons. He raised an eyebrow at Alistair. You told Father your son needed help. Someone took him. Alistair sighed. Along his second, the Inquisitor's son, Anara's son, and Carver's daughter. A strange light flashed in Kieran's eyes. Someone took my cousins. He turned towards Carver. Someone took Leandra. Someone or something. Carver nodded. Someone tore the veil, summoned demons as a distraction, and took the children. Well. That is unacceptable. Kieran folded his arms. Divine Victoria stepped forward. What do we know now? She nodded to Meryl and Dorian. It's not where they took them, Meryl said. It's when. Dorian folded his arms. The tear showed a point in the same location, but approximately 16 years in the future. Someone from the future stole the children. Leliana frowned. Why? Likely to change the timeline. Kieran tilted his head. Considering whose children they are, imagine what role they could play in future events. Recall what eliminating the Inquisitor from the time stream once did. That is profoundly disturbing notion. Ruya ran her hand through her hair. Now what? Alistair leaned on the table. He looked up at Kieran. Jarath sent you. What do we do now? There are 2 options. 1. We reopen the tier and retrieve the children. 2. We figure out who is behind this and eliminate them before they can manipulate the time stream. Kieran tilted his head. 3 options. We do both. I vote option 3. Carver nodded. Option 3. Cullen echoed him. Except we don't have the power to. Dorian trailed off and looked at Kieran. Kieran nodded. Once I open the tier, there will be more demons, and I will likely draw the attention of whoever opened it in the first place. I'll need most of you to hold it open so I can deal with that. Aunt Meryl can direct spirits to retrieve the children. I'll need some time to handle the summoning. Meryl nodded. I suggest everyone else get some rest and prepare. Divine Victoria looked at the hopeful faces. Will Dawn give you enough time, Meryl? Yes. It sounds as if we have a plan. Ruya took a deep breath. I'll arrange to dash. Colin touched her chin. I'll handle the lyrium. Kylie needs her mother, and you need rest. He furrowed his brow. You do as well, Hawk. And you, Dorian. It sounds like we're going to need you all at your best. Carver nodded. Kieran, you can come back to the estate with us. It would. He glanced at the divine. Probably best if we didn't have to explain you to anyone. Yes, Uncle Carver. Avellini was waiting for them outside the divine's office. She gave Kieran a questioning look before turning her gaze to Hawk. Anything. We have a better idea of what happened, and plan for a second attempt in the morning. He raised his voice. The three of you can go ahead and come out. He waited for his children and Agatha to emerge from around the corner. Sala, take your brother and Trouble home and tell Orana we will be having an extra guest this evening. And let the Inquisitor's people know she'll be along shortly as well. Yes, Papa. Sala nodded before grabbing Caleb and Agatha and making herself scarce. Divine Victoria turned her gaze to Avellini. How is the Viscount? Worrying himself sick, like the rest of us. Avellini sighed. Burhan and Sira are all over the city, helping my guardsmen run down leads. I fear we've all too little to go on. She waved a hand. We've made several arrests, but the threats we've found were rather petty. Most wouldn't have been sufficient to even serve as a distraction to what occurred. 3 tiers. Hawk folded his arms. 2 to sow chaos, 1 to take the children. Burhan considered that the other 2 tiers also had specific targets, and is looking in that direction. Ruya sighed. We should. Colin pulled her to him. We should get you home. All right. Sala cuddled little Varric to her, while Agatha did the same with Neris. They paced the balcony almost in tandem. Orana was in the kitchen. Demons. Dragons. Blood mages. Assassins. Orana faced every challenge to the Hawk family in the same way. Food. Right now she was making pastry crusts. Her brother sat near the fireplace, coaxing a melody from his lute. The door opened, and Father entered, followed by Papa and her aunt and uncle. The young man from earlier was with them as well. Something about him felt very odd. Maybe it was because he was a mage? She made her way down the stairs. Caleb was on his feet, questioning their parents. What happened? No one will tell us anything. Who took Leandra? We don't yet know. Papa shook his head. But the important thing is we have a plan to get her back and kick the ass of who took her and the others. Good. Agatha's voice was fierce. Meryl stepped forward and held her arms out for little Varric. Sala handed the infant over rather reluctantly. The young man came to stand next to Meryl, and smiled down at little Varric. He's lighter than Leandra was. He ran a finger down the infant's cheek gently, and Varric cooed up at him. Orana came out of the kitchen. I set up a room. She looked back at Papa. I should put the babies to bed. She took Neris from Agatha, and gestured for Meryl to follow her. Uncle Carver nudged their guest. Orana made food, if you're hungry. I'll be fine, Uncle Carver. Wait. Caleb blinked. Uncle. He tilted his head. We have another cousin I don't know about. Who is this? He's. Papa furrowed his brow. Complicated. No. The young man shook his head. I'm Kieran. Alistair started to head back to his room, and hesitated. He took a couple breaths before knocking on Anara's door. Erlina opened the door a moment later. Your Majesty. How is she? Not well. Erlina looked over her shoulder. I gave her a small dose of a sedative in her tea, and she's asleep now. He's. She sighed. He's a gift, Your Majesty. I know. Alistair nodded. We know more. We have a plan. We'll be getting them back very soon. Erlina nodded. She gave him a concerned look. Would you care for some of the tea, Your Majesty? He hesitated, and then nodded. Yes. Thank you. Ruya closed her eyes, and to her surprise, managed to fall asleep. She found herself in Haven, as it had looked during the early days of the Inquisition. Her eyes went to the sky, where the breach had been. And she felt the fade seem to ripple behind her. Salas. The spell was focused on Gavrin. He stood, hands clasped behind his back. She took a deep breath. How did they focus on Gavrin? He looked down instead of meeting her eyes. You were pregnant with him when the anchor began to. He sighed. A trace of that energy remains upon him. Then. She narrowed her eyes. Whoever took Gavrin found him. Because of me? Salas nodded. Yes. You son of a bitch. She clenched her fist. My hand wasn't enough. I did not cast the spell, Ruya. Sorrow was visible on his face. Her shoulders slumped. No. She ran her hand through her hair. No. You wouldn't target my son. So who would? Neither of us has any shortage of enemies. He fell into step beside her, and they walked around Haven as they had so often done those years past. How many powerful enough to do something like this? The Formless One remains. You killed Ishmael, Hawk killed Zebankek, and as it happens, Alistair helped the Warden kill Gaxgang. Salas gestured with one hand. And the Warden gave Gaxgang's blade to Loghain Mac Tyr. All those children in one place. Ruya sighed. A perfect target. She took another deep breath. Are they? They live. Relief staggered her, and Salas put a steadying hand on her shoulder. It took her a few moments to regain control. Why would the Formless One take them? Consider who they are. The children of those who reshaped Thedas. Their potential is all but limitless. He smiled ruefully. Were they other than yours, I might have considered such a notion myself. We know who. We know why. We have an idea how. Ruya squared her shoulders. We've done more with less. She nodded. Thank you, Salas. I wish you luck, my friend. You should get some real sleep. He smiled before vanishing. She looked around Haven one last time before willing herself out of the fade. If you are going to need mages, then I'm coming too. Sala folded her arms. Sala. Papa shook his head. She set her jaw stubbornly. You might need a healer, and I'm the best in Kirkwall. He started to argue, and then sighed. No. You're right. We very well may. You will stay back and you will follow instructions. Is that clear? Yes, Papa. Caleb opened his mouth. Papa glared at him. You in trouble will stay behind the guards. I'd tell you to stay here, but you'd just go out the window and beat us to the chantry. Probably. Caleb shrugged. Salas told you this. Leliana raised an eyebrow at Ruya. In a dream, last night. She caught the stump of her left arm in her right hand and sighed. When? You tried calling him for help. Leliana nodded. No, I quite understand. It is. They'd prayed, and old friends had answered. It was both terrifying and comforting. If this Formless One is targeting you, then we must also consider who it was that came to assist. Ruya's eyes widened. Kiran. The host of Earthamule. Leliana wrapped her arms around herself. And I really don't want to consider how his parents would react if he were harmed. Maker. Ruya swallowed. She sighed. Vivian has agreed to help us hold the tier. There is going to be a lot of power in that room. Leliana half closed her eyes. And yet we have no choice. She turned to Ruya. Are you ready? My son is in danger. She squared her shoulders. I've been ready for hours. The mages formed a semicircle around where the tier had been. Kiran was looking it over curiously, head tilted. Sala watched him from where she stood, back behind Cullen and her father. He couldn't be older than she was, and yet not only were they letting him go near the tier, both her father and the Inquisitor appeared to be following his instructions. Something about him tickled her memory, but she couldn't make the thought coherent. Aunt Merrill stood next to Uncle Carver, eyes closed, clearly already involved in casting a spell. The Grand Enchanter was watching Merrill with a disapproving expression, but holding her silence. A signal of some kind must have passed, because suddenly the room was filled with anticipation. It felt like something big was drawing a breath. Kieran's hands began to glow, and the tear suddenly reopened. She felt as much as saw the rest of the mages join their magic to the spell, pulling and holding to prevent the tear from closing again. The spirits cross in one direction as demons came from the other. Almost as one, the warriors stepped in. Her father's tattoos glowed brightly as he entered the fray, preventing the demons from getting anywhere near her father. She saw King Alistair, Commander Cullen, the Warden Commander, and Uncle Carver doing the same for the other mages. There was a jolt in the tear, and she felt something else try to push through. It was terrifying to the point of being painful, forcing its way in like fire going through a field of dried grass. And then something on their side hit it back. She saw Kieran's eyes start to glow as he formed a barrier, pushing back with. She'd never sensed anything like it before. Other demons came through, and then there were other forms. A rage demon moved towards Merrill. Uncle Carver stepped in, and then there was a blond man was next to him, sword and shield helping her uncle drive the demon back. The tear was wrenched and twisted, and snapped shut abruptly. A despair demon sent a bolt of ice at the Grand Enchanter, and then someone was filling it with arrows. It turned on the archer, and a man with a shield stepped between them, blocking the ice. A pride demon roared, and a fist formed of what felt like the fate itself hit it, staggering it enough for a woman with a great sword to drive the blade home. A moment later, the demons were vanquished, and everyone was looking around. Her eyes widened. She didn't see the children anywhere. Kieran was shaking his head as if dazed. What happened? King Alistair held his blade still at the ready. Where are they? Across the room, the archer lowered his bow and stared at the king in disbelief. Father. Well. Papa looked around the room at the 5 newcomers. Shit. Chapter 5, Oops. Caleb tried not to fidget. Kells and Walter stood nearby, occasionally making awkward attempts to have a conversation. The happy reunion between those who had once been all but siblings had been overshadowed by worry. He turned to see the Viscount coming towards them, followed by the Inquisition's spymaster. Uncle Varick. Anything yet? No. Agatha shook her head. Thought we heard sounds of fighting, but nobody has come out yet. She narrowed her eyes. And they won't let us go check. Avellini returned Agatha's glare with a steady and unyielding expression. She was in full guard captain mode, which meant not even Papa would be able to get past her without a direct order from the Viscount. He shot a glance at Varick. And possibly not even that. Both Hawk and the Inquisitor were insistent that no one take even the chance of disrupting the spell. Avellini folded her arms. No, I get that. Varick sighed. He glanced from Agatha to Caleb. Where's your sister? In there. Caleb tried to keep the jealousy out of his voice. In case a healer is needed. He sighed. I really hope a healer isn't needed. You and me both. Varick folded his arms. Maybe having the Inquisitor and Hawk in the same country at the same time was a really bad idea. Especially when that country is Kirkwall. Agatha stood on one leg, putting her other foot against the back of her knee. She glanced at Bruhan. I sent word to Mama Lenore. She's on her way to Denerim but wanted to remind you she can be in Kirkwall in a couple days if needed. I think we need her and Braska exactly where they are at the moment. Bruhan frowned. Her people haven't picked anything up. They've been following some hinky stuff out Tevinter way, and some of the folks they were watching just went silent. Braska was preparing to send word to you about it when I told them what had happened here. They'll follow up and contact your people. She switched legs. House Braska's swords are ready and waiting. He saw Kells react to Agatha's words. Adding in House Braska's mercenaries, spies, and mages, virtually doubled the forces the Inquisition could put into play. Add in what Ferelden could field and they had a force to rival the one that had taken down Corypheus. And his fathers would weigh in as well. His little cousin was in danger. He wasn't entirely sure he considered it overkill. Sedita stared at the young man. He carried a bow rather than a sword and shield, but beyond that he was the spitting image of Alistair the first day she'd met him. He even sounded the same. She found herself rubbing her eyes. Next to him stood a ginger-haired man. He'd positioned himself between Duncan and the others in a defensive posture. The left side of his face bore scars from a wound that had narrowly missed taking the eye. That would be Jaroth. She turned her gaze to the others. The woman was tall and dark-haired and wielded the massive greatsword easily. That would be Leandra. She stood near a blonde and blue-eyed man who wore lighter armor, and held a staff in his hands. Loghain. Or Gavrin. Another blonde man stood not far from Carver. He'd lowered his sword, but his blue eyes were still wary. His face bore a stylized dragon, identical to the one Carver wore. I don't think that was what was supposed to happen. Kieran was looking at the newcomers. What the hell did happen? Hawk stepped forward, staring. He turned towards Kieran, and then Dorian. And how? I have. Dorian shrugged. Absolutely no idea. Around them, everyone started talking and asking questions at once. Alistair was staring at the younger version of himself, who was staring back in equal shock. Vivian, Hawk, and the Inquisitor were all asking questions of Dorian and Kieran, who were also asking questions of each other and Merrill. Cullen and Carver were ordering the confused soldiers back. The Divine's voice rang out, putting a halt to the chaos. A few moments later, the room had been cleared of most of the soldiers. Sedita noticed that Hawk's daughter had managed to remain in the room. Divine Victoria turned towards Dorian and Kieran. Dorian glanced at Kieran, and then back at the Divine. Something went wrong. No. Kieran shook his head. It worked. The spirits retrieved them. Dorian chewed his bottom lip. I think we opened the tier too far. Kieran narrowed his eyes and leaned forward, examining where the tier had been. Pulled from the wrong stream. Wait. Dorian's eyes widened. You're saying we accidentally broke through into? He raised an eyebrow at Kieran. That's even possible. Kieran sighed, and shook his head dejectedly. Mother is going to kill me. I think everyone should calm down and take a few deep breaths. Leliana raised a hand as the commotion nearly started back up. Alistair's doppelganger shook his head. Calm down. I just got dragged to. He looked around. Wherever the hell this is by some demon, and you want me to calm down. The dark-haired woman looked around, and then stepped closer to the man beside her. Did you drag me into the fate again? No. He shrugged. At least, I don't think so. The archer glared at them, and then turned back towards Leliana. Mafarotha's balls, there are dreadnoughts in the harbor. I do not have time for. He growled. What kind of trickery is this? Dorian sighed. Well, the short story is we may have inadvertently dragged you backwards in time. On second thought, I think I'd prefer if this was the fade. The dark-haired woman set the tip of her sword on the ground, but maintained her wary stance. No. Time manipulation has been impossible since the breach was sealed. The mage leaned on his staff. Even with foci. He focused his gaze on Dorian. The ramifications of such would be. I don't care about the ramifications. The archer glared. How do we fix this? That is a very good question. Dorian turned to Kieran. How do we fix this? Kieran tilted his head. Well, that's going to take some time and consideration. So you don't bloody know. The archer gestured sharply. Great. Denerim is under attack and we're stuck here. Denerim is under attack. The Inquisitor raised an eyebrow and turned towards Alistair. He blinked, and then gave her a confused look. Can everyone put their weapons away? Cullen sheathed his own sword as he spoke. Around him, the others began to do the same. This is Kirkwall? The dark-haired woman looked around her. Why Kirkwall? Well, it is Kirkwall. The mage replaced his staff in its harness. Right. Good point. She glared at him. Are you sure this isn't the fade? It's not responding as the fade would, and there are no distortions. She gestured at the people standing in the room with them, and sighed. What the hell was in those drinks? Please. The blond man near Carver sheathed his blade. You are a Trevlian and an ML. You've got to be used to weird shit happening to you by now. I really hate that he makes a good point. The dark-haired woman sighed. The archer lowered his bow, but did not relinquish it, nor did the man beside him sheath his blade. Your divine Victoria. He stared at Leliana. Yes. She nodded, and hesitated for a moment. Perhaps you can clarify who you are. You know who I am. He narrowed his eyes. Or should, anyway. Your Majesty, all due respect, but considering your father is standing right there, the dreadnoughts won't be in the harbor for at least another decade. The blonde warrior shrugged. We have a few minutes at least. He gave Leliana a small bow. I am Loghain MacTyr, most holy. Gavarin Rutherford. The mage copied the gesture. Leandra Hawk. The dark-haired woman saluted with a fist over her heart. The archer sighed, and finally replaced his arrow in the quiver. King Duncan Thurin. He nodded to the red-haired man, who sheathed his own blade. General Geroth Gilmore. Duncan was king. She glanced at Alistair, and saw him realize the significance of the statement. And what had Loghain said? A decade? And how old are you? 24. 16 years. Hawk's mouth fell open. You pulled them from 16 years in the future. Meryl and Kieran exchanged a look. Oops. Meryl offered. The ramifications were. Leliana took several deep breaths. What they had managed with just a year of foreknowledge had saved the world. 16 years of intelligence was almost unfathomable. How long would they have? Give us a moment, we need to discuss this. Colin looked back at where his son was standing. His apparently 19-year-old son. His mage son. He fumbled for Ruya's hand, and felt her clutch his fingers tightly in response. He squeezed her hand before turning his gaze to Dorian. How? I'll be honest. I have absolutely no idea. He glanced at Kieran. Everything about this is rather unprecedented. Kieran tilted his head and half closed his eyes for a moment. Then he nodded. We opened it too far, and the battle distorted the energy of the spirits. The streams diverged, and split again, and the spirits followed the trail to the wrong destinations. They found children that had never been taken. So they brought the wrong ones back. Hawk folded his arms. No, those are the right ones. Leandra, Loghain, Gavarin, Duncan, and Geroth. Kieran glanced over his shoulder before turning back to them. But they aren't the right. Hawk stared at him. Never mind. Finethus. The spirits brought the right children from the wrong world. Meryl waved a hand. Yes. A world from which they were apparently never abducted. So reopen the tier and get our children back. Alistair glared. Kieran gave him an apologetic look. Can't. Silence reigned for a moment as they stared at him. Ruya found her voice first. What do you mean, you can't? It wanted to attack, to tear, and rip and come through. And had the strength to do so. So I bound it there, frozen between the cracks of time. It is stuck until I catch up with me again. Kieran looked down at his hands. But so am I. I don't understand. I bound it with part of me, and that part of me is locked away with it until the binding breaks. Kieran glanced over his shoulder. 16 years from now. He looked up at Carver. I'm sorry, Uncle. I don't have enough points to reopen the tier. Carver slowly nodded. But you said it's bound, frozen in time. So it can't hurt us or the children. Yes. Kieran tilted his head again. It was strong then, stronger than it is now. Strength built over years. If we find it now, it won't be able to act then, and the children won't. He furrowed his brow. Will not? Did not? Are not taken. He spread his hands. All resets. I'll be me, they'll be them, it will be gone, faded away in the fade. this moment will cease to exist. So, all we have to do is find a big, powerful demon and kill the shit out of it. Hawk shrugged. Alistair sighed. Must be Tuesday. Duncan watched half the people in the room huddle around the divine. He recognized most of them, but his father was standing there. Alive. And not just alive, but he walked without a limp. 16 years? He kept his voice quiet. Could this be real? Jarath kept his eyes on the soldiers. There is some precedent in the stories, I suppose. He nodded, and then glanced at the others who appeared to share his situation. Ser Loghain seemed to be taking the matter calmly enough. And he trusted the Knight's Blade to back him if needed. It was the other two that were making him nervous. Rutherford and the Lady Hawk appeared utterly fascinated by the situation, and were whispering quietly to each other. He growled softly. If it is real, then his father was alive. Which meant his mother and Jarath's father were also alive. We could change things. Fix things. He could hear the hope in Jarath's voice. Save them. He shook his head. Time travel. And demons. Right. Must be Tuesday. Jarath blinked at him. It was Saturday, my lord. I think. Ruya took a breath and looked at her son. He was as tall as his father. I think we should take our respective children home and we can figure out where to go from here after we've all had a chance to breath. Vivian stepped forward. Inquisitor. Ruya turned towards her. Grand Enchanter. I think, given the circumstances. She glanced from Kieran to Gavrin. It might be best to arrange a couple of phylacteries. The thought of her son having a phylactery made her stomach twist. And she really didn't want to consider what Kieran's parents would think of the notion, assuming Kieran would allow such a thing to occur. Before she could answer, Leandra narrowed her eyes and stepped protectively in front of Gavrin. Not happening. That's not your decision. Vivian folded her arms, tapping one well-manicured set of nails against her elbow. Leandra lowered her head belligerently. That's where you're wrong. It's not happening. You can take your little vial, and shove it where the sun don't shine. Vivian raised one eyebrow, keeping her face composed. You seem to have something of a chip on your shoulder, young lady. She lifted her sword, settling it on her shoulder and adjusting her grip on the hilt. I've got a big damn sword on my shoulder, Baldy. Leandra stared at Vivian. Go on, try it. I guarantee, no matter how many Templars you send in. She assumed a battle stance. You didn't bring enough. Hawk laughed into the ensuing silence. Well, there is no question whose daughter that is. Carver's smile was proud. Nope. Cullen stepped forward. No phylacteries. His eyes narrowed, and the two Templars that had stepped forward at Vivian's comment moved backwards quickly. Alistair started walking towards his son before stopping and looking at Loghain. Maker. How am I going to explain this to Anara? Sala watched quietly as the divine joined the king and warden commander in leading three of the children away. Her eyes went back to the other two. Leandra. Her little cousin had grown up to be, well, frankly just a tad scary, calling out the Grand Enchanter like that. Leandra spoke quietly with the Inquisitor's son before they nodded at each other and parted ways. Gavrin followed his parents and their retinue out of the room. Leandra walked towards her own parents. She blinked when she saw Sala standing there. La la. She twisted her lips into a smile. So. She shrugged. Hi. A moment later Meryl was hugging her tightly. Leandra wrapped her own arms around her mother and patted her back soothingly. Sala noted that Leandra had inherited nothing of her elven mother's petite build, though she did retain her mother's vividly green eyes. We should. Her papa glanced from Leandra to Kieran. Head back to the estate. Chapter 6, Crossing the Years. Leliana watched Alistair and his son walk down the hall, occasionally giving each other awkward looks. Aside from the bow he carried, she saw almost nothing of Cathiel in the young man. Jarath trailed a pace behind Duncan, clearly still considering himself on guard. She flicked her eyes towards where Brihan had fallen into step beside her, and noted that he too was staring at the younger version of Alistair. This was the dedication of Kirkwall's chantry. She turned to look at the other young man. She could hear his grandfather in his voice, despite seeing little trace of the man in his features other than the blue eyes. Yes. What do you remember? Mostly just the storm that hit the ship on the return voyage. He furrowed his brow. How long were we? He shrugged. Well, missing, I suppose. The chantry was attacked and you were abducted 2 evenings ago. She sighed. Your mother is fraught with worry, I am certain. He drummed his fingers against the hilt of his sword. I think Erlina came with us. She is tending to mother. Yes. Leliana caught Alistair's glance over his shoulder at her, and she waved him to continue on with Duncan and Sedida. She gestured for Loghain to follow her towards Anara's room. Any idea how best to inform her of the... She looked him over again. Situation. I imagine she's going to take this somewhat less well than she did learning Sir Alec had taken me dragon hunting. He took a deep breath, and murmured something. Until the last foe has fallen. He opened the door and stepped into Anara's room. Colin kept looking at the staff on his son's back. Gavarin caught the look, and gave him a small smile. Shame clutched at his throat. He should not be surprised his son was a mage, considering his wife was one of the most talented mages in Thedas. And it shouldn't matter. Is your sister also a mage? No. I'm afraid it is much worse than that. Gavarin smiled. She's an artist. He glanced over his shoulder, and then walked backwards a few steps before turning back to Cullen. The chantry dedication? First visit to the estate, yes. Yes. Cullen nodded at where Kells was opening the door of the aforementioned estate. What do you remember? Ruya asked. Meeting Leandra. She climbed the fence between estates to come visit, and bit Uncle Kells when he tried to take her back home. Left a scar. He's still holding a grudge. Gavarin rubbed the back of his head. This is... He followed them into the estate. I'm not sure what this... He trailed off when he saw Iron Bull come down the stairs. Uncle Bull. Er. Iron Bull blinked. What? It took less time than Cullen would have thought to explain what had happened. But then, it was the Inquisition. Weird things weren't entirely alien to them. Bull immediately started asking what things he'd killed over the past few years. Sorrow appeared on Gavarin's face at the question. You and Rainier tangled with one of the great dragons last year. First to kill one since Callanhood, but... He sighed. Rainier didn't make it. Oh. Iron Bull hung his head a moment. What about the others, are they? Dorian is still in Tevinter, scandalizing the magisterium. Sira. Gavarin frowned. I don't actually know where Sira is at the moment. She and Bruhan were doing a favor for the Divine last I heard. The Lady Seeker is on her way to Orlais for a meeting of the Exalted Council, along with mother and father. Kylie is actually in Antiva visiting Josephine and her daughter Dash. Josephine has a daughter. Ruya smiled at the thought. Reyna. Cole and Meriden are currently in Antiva as well. Gavarin nodded. And about 10 years back, Uncle Lucas got tired of being hounded by suitors and had Josephine pick him out a wife. He's got a son now, Julian. And Vivian. The Grand Enchanter remains in Orlais. There was a... He hesitated briefly. Falling out some years ago. You aren't currently on speaking terms. He looked around, and clearly saw the question on all their minds. Fenharil is still out there. Caleb's eyes widened as he followed his family back to the Hawk estate. That's Leandra. Leandra was a cute little almost 5-year-old. This woman looked like she could go toe-to-toe with Avellini. Yep. She smiled. But she's... He shook his head and held his hand out at just below his waist level to indicate the height she'd been the last time he saw her. How? Things went somewhat awry. Meryl exchanged a look with Kieran. But they can be fixed. We just need a plan. Wow. Leandra was staring at Varric. I forgot what Uncle Varric looked like without grey hair. They all turned to look at her. She raised an eyebrow. What? 30-odd years of dealing with hawks, he's lucky he has hair at all. Donnik doesn't. Good to know. Varric looked up at her. I suppose. Okay. Leandra looked around at them. So, how old am I supposed to be? You just turned 5. Her mother gestured. The divine was dedicating the new chantry. Oh. So Uncle Fenris doesn't even own the hanged man yet. Leandra scratched her head. Wow. Wait, what? Papa nearly stumbled as father laughed. Fenris owns the hanged man. He looked at Varric. What kind of medcity are you running? Hey, you married him. Varric held up his hands in mock surrender. What else should we know? Carver raised an eyebrow at Leandra. Well. She started listing things on her fingers. The king of Ferelden gets assassinated, the Qunari decide to take a break from fighting Tevinter long enough to reconquer Riven and a lot of Antiva. And move against some of the free marches, and I think they just launched an attack on Ferelden as well. The Inquisitor thinks the Qunari have somehow split into 2 factions. There are some weird rumors about folks across the sea. The Grey Wardens of the North and South are having a pissing match. Gavrin and I are engaged. Empress Selene finally got around to designating an heir, but folks are upset because he's married to the Tevinter Archon's youngest daughter and the King of Navarra is married to the Tevinter Archon's eldest daughter, and they are worried Tevinter is trying to become an empire again, the Antivan way plus mages. Nobody outside Ferelden has seen a Dalish clan in a year. The Vale is doing weird things and great dragons have been seen in the skies. And some insane cult tried to dig up Luzakin in the wastes only for that entire area to end up turned into pretty much glass for like 10 miles in all directions. Maker's breath. Varric stared. Doesn't anything stay fixed? Guess not. Leandra shrugged. So? She looked around at them. Food. I'm sure Orana will have something. Carver stopped in his tracks. Wait, you and Gavrin are what? Alistair rubbed the back of his neck. You're king. 6 years now. Duncan's nervous gesture mirrored his own. You. He looked down at the ground. It was just before Winter's End, 10 years ago. A blood mage summoned demons in the palace. He swallowed. They killed Mother before anyone realized what was happening. Duncan glanced at Jarath. You shoved me at Jarath and told him to get me to safety, and then you and Uncle Rory. He cut himself off, and shook his head, motioning to Jarath. We made it out of the palace and to House Broskas holding there in Dinarum. Jarath took up the story, his voice steady. Lenora Mel dealt with the blood mage and her people bolstered the guard enough to take care of the rest of the demons. Lord Eamon, a few other nobles, and a third of the guard died that day, but the rest of the royal family was kept safe. Arlgaren, Ternkaus Land, Banshiani, Terna Anara. He nodded at Sedida. And the warden commander formed a council of regents until the king came of age. He looked at where Jarath stood, and noted again the scars on the young man's face. Had they come from that battle? Or had there been another attempt on his son's life? Thank you. Who was the blood mage working for? Sedida folded her arms. Trian looked around the room, and then went to the sideboard and began pouring whiskey into glasses. Orlays. Duncan nearly spat the word. They were slithering around on the border before the pyres were cold. It nearly came to war. They settled for annexing Haven and renegotiating some trade relations. Mafaroth's balls. Language. Alistair's voice was sharp as he gave the habitual correction before realizing he was no longer talking to an 8-year-old boy. To his surprise, Duncan's face broke into a wide smile, and he actually laughed. When Alistair raised an eyebrow, the younger man shook his head. It's stupid, but... He wiped a hand at his eyes. It's good hearing you yell at me again. Alistair strode forward and wrapped his arms around his son. His mother's eyes kept searching his face. She was taking it better than he'd expected, but that might have had something to do with the fact Erlina had clearly slipped something into her tea. The divine and Bruhan had remained in the room. Loghain would have objected, but his mother was clearly comforted by the presence of the divine. And so he took the teapot out of his mother's shaking hands, refilled her cup, and answered the divine's questions. At least, he answered the questions he could. Not all the secrets he knew were his to share. Kieran, Carver, and Merrill had all been in the room. If the divine was meant to know certain things, surely one of them would have been forthcoming. She asked her questions almost casually, but her eyes were sharp. Best not to forget he was speaking with two people who knew enough of the puzzle that even a hint could cause them to put pieces together. Thankfully, Erlina came to the rescue. As politely as she could, the elven woman chased the leader of the entire Andrastian faith out of the room so his mother could rest. When the door closed behind them, Loghain let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. Anara's hand touched his cheek, tracing the mark. You. By choice, mother. He caught her hand, and smiled at her reassuringly. My choice, made freely. Slowly, she nodded. She sighed. I should not be surprised, I think. You should. She straightened her shoulders. Erlina, please get a bed made up. We should all get some rest. Leandra took a cookie off the plate mostly to keep Orana from continuing to offer her the treat. Her uncle had threatened to banish Agatha to the wine cellar if she didn't stop laughing. And her father was taking her engagement harder than he had taken her not being 5. Maybe she shouldn't have mentioned it. You can fix all this, right? Her father turned to the dark-haired and unfamiliar young man that had accompanied them back from the chantry. Find the caster before the spell is cast. The stone was never. He frowned. Will never? Is never? He shook his head. The future is part of their past and is then both ways, but if we counter the ripples now, do they flow back to then, or do ripples from now counter the from before it becomes to? What? Caleb looked at him. Tenses are hard. He brightened. Yes, we can fix this. I'm sorry. Who are you? Leandra gestured at him. He gave her a startled look. You do not know me? No. Oh. He actually looked crestfallen. I should fix that too. I am Kieran. Seriously? Then yeah, I have met you. You just looked different then. Considerably more glowy. She looked from him to her father, who nodded. Wow. All right, so, we find the guy who cast the spell, kill his ass, and everything goes back to. She shrugged. Normal is probably too strong a word. All right. So, how do we find this asshole? Wait. Uncle Fenris waved a hand, and turned towards Kieran. You said you bound this thing with part of you. Why can't you just pull that back and then reopen the tier so we can kill it? I considered that notion. Kieran nodded. I could pull me back, but it would come with me, and push at the pull. So you pull it back with you, and then kill it. No. Well, yes, but that would be bad. 'Tis strong, and hitting it when it is that strong would mean hitting it very hard. Okay. Uncle Gabriel frowned at him. You do understand that there are quite a few people here who can hit really hard, right? Kieran opened his mouth, and her father held up a hand. Kieran, if you hit it as hard as you'd need to in order to kill it at full strength, exactly how much collateral damage would occur? Well. He tilted his head and half closed his eyes for a moment. The structure of Kirkwall itself would limit the effect from reaching more than a mile or so outside the city itself, and the gallows still has some wards in place, so it would mostly just kill everyone in the city proper. Including me, and father gets very cross when that happens. Well. Varric sat back down. Shit. Traian hung back, watching the king talk to the prince. Or the young king. Sedita sat nearby, occasionally asking questions. The prince or king noticed him standing there, and nodded. Traian. Sorry, I almost didn't recognize you. You got. He caught himself. Well, taller is the wrong word, I suppose. He gestured at his chin. Hairier, maybe. And the crown gives you a few more inches of height. King Alistair blinked. Crown. It was decided Kal Hirol needed its own king. Traian of House Sedita, first king of Kal Hirol. Duncan shook his head. Orzammer had a collective cow, especially with Kal Hirol officially having a tag on the surface. He glanced back at his father. We ceded each other a square mile each. You're right as king. King Alistair nodded. I'm pleased to see the alliance remains strong. How big a collective cow did Orzammer have, exactly? Senator raised an eyebrow. Well. Duncan grinned. They were all set to declare war until someone pointed out to them they'd have to either march through an area still infested with darkspawn or come across the surface. He shrugged. They decided that the darkspawn threat was so much less that an invasion was possible. Except when they sent scouts, that section of the deep roads was just swarming. So they armed 100 or so castless and chased them out to act as a distraction. Maker. Alistair shook his head. Feeding. Duncan snickered. Let me finish the story. So the castless get to the area, and it's empty. Not a darkspawn to be seen. They head into Kal Hirol and get a personal welcome from Paragon Braska. Apparently, Orzammer forgot that Braska and Trian used to be castless. Those castless pretty much just shrugged and joined Kal Hirol's army. Naturally, that annoyed Orzammer, so they headed out to invade again. Only to find that section of deep roads once again swarming with darkspawn. They tried a couple other routes. Darkspawn. So they decided to try again. Chased out castless for a distraction. And the castless once again discovered their route was completely darkspawn free. Made it to Kal Hirol, and were welcomed. Senator ran a hand down her face. That's. She nodded. Actually pretty funny. Kal Hirol had to create 2 new houses to accommodate the rest of the castless, who arrived in Kal Hirol a month or so later, Jiroth said. Though Ferelden acquired a unit of dwarven sappers out of that debacle. King. He was going to be a king. That was. He shook his head. Stone. They managed to wait an hour after all the lights had gone out before sneaking down to the room that had been given to Leandra. No sooner had Agatha put her hand on the doorknob than the door opened. Leandra stood on the other side, smiling, and quickly gestured for them to enter. Sala followed Agatha into the room. You were expecting us. A mystery, and Agatha doesn't have her nose crammed into it. Leandra shook her head. That's one thing that hasn't happened in the past 16 years. She gestured for them to sit before doing the same. So what did happen? She looked at Sala. Kieran opened the tier, a bunch of demons came out, and then suddenly you all were there, fighting alongside everyone. Sala leaned forward. You threatened the Grand Enchanter. Wait. Agatha blinked. She did what? Bitch wanted to make Gavrin tranquil. Leandra's eyes hardened. She pulls any shit his direction, I'm taking her down. Wow. Tell us how you really feel. Agatha grinned. So what am I like in the future? Does Sala get her prince? Spill. He wasn't surprised to find his father awake, even with the sun still an hour from dawning. Frankly, he'd be surprised if his father had even slept. As he stepped into the garden, he saw his father's eyes go immediately to the staff on his back before settling on his face. Gavrin. Father. He glanced into the darkened estate. Dreams. Cullen closed his eyes. Yes. I can make tea. It helps, sometimes. He could see the tension behind his father's eyes. Thank you, but I'll be fine. Gavrin nodded. He looked down at his feet. Then he shook his head. It manifested when I was 7. You were sparring with a new recruit, and trying to get him to fix a problem with his grip. He wasn't listening, so you told him to take a break and go get water. When you turned away, he came at you. Gavrin met his father's eyes. And then his hair was on fire. For a moment, Cullen stood there silently. And then he smiled. I imagine that caused him to reconsider his actions. You could say that. You dragged him to the water trough and dunked him, then pretty much threw him to Iron Bull. He ended up staying with the Chargers. He shrugged. You took me into the garden and we played chess until Mother got back. Pretty sure you threw both games I won. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. Finding out your 3-year-old little soldier is suddenly a 19-year-old mage is an understandable kind of shock. Gavrin came to stand next to his father. Though if it makes you feel better, I do know which end of a sword to hold. I'll admit that it kind of does. Cullen rubbed the back of his neck. Your mother was pretty good with a sword herself, actually. Is again. Danya's apprentice, Tara, made her a new hand. Good to know. Colin took a deep breath. So. He looked around the garden. You play chess. Chapter 7, An Unwieldy Fellowship. Who is winning? Gavarin looked up from the chessboard at the sound of his mother's voice. I'm letting father win. He'd been expecting his father to focus on defense after the previous game, and had been caught off guard by the sudden charge of the towers. Oh, that's your story, is it? Colin moved his mage, thereby sealing the fate of Gavarin's king. Checkmate. He looked up at Ruya. He won the first two. Our son is rather good at this game. Does Kylie play? Ruya raised an eyebrow. He shook his head. No. She never really cared for the game. He looked at the tiny form in his mother's arm and smiled fondly. Kylie before she learns to talk. Enjoy it while it lasts. Ruya handed Kylie to Colin, and put her hand on his shoulder. Burhan says Divine Victoria wishes to meet with us in the chantry to discuss where to go from here. She looked across at Gavarin as he started putting the pieces away. What do you know about the Formless One? One of the more annoying cults is dedicated to it. Burhan found some information that made him suspect. His eyes narrowed. Is that who is behind this? That is our current theory. What did Burhan suspect? That the cult may have been behind the assassination of King Alistair and Queen Cathiel. She sat on Colin's knee. Tell me everything you know about this cult. Salah sat quietly at the table, listening to the conversation. Burhan had just finished noting down what information they'd learned from Leandra when Kieran entered the room. Immediately, the spymaster turned toward him. What do you know about the Formless One? Only one of the Forbidden Ones remaining. Kieran tilted his head. They were corporeal once, until they fled the battle and were banished. Mshael was desire. What is the Formless One? Burhan raised an eyebrow. They were all desire, eldest of the gloom. Any animal can feel fear, hunger, or despair, but it takes intelligence to have want beyond need. Kieran's eyes half closed. Zebunkek was strongest, she led. The Formless One shifted, the nebulous desire for what one knows they can never have. Weakest, but most subtle and for that perhaps the most dangerous. Envy was born of desire, hatred of those who have what one does not, and the urge to destroy what one cannot have. Kieran accepted the plate of food she offered him, smiling in thanks. 'Tis this we face. Depending on whether or not we can trust information provided by the Dread Wolf. Burhan shook his head. Can we? To whom was the information given, and why? He took a bite out of the pastry, shifting the plate to catch the resulting crumbs. The Inquisitor. When the children first went missing, she begged for his help. He swallowed. Then he would tell her what he believes to be true, though perhaps not the whole. Kieran nodded. She is his friend, and while he will use her if he can, he does not wish her to suffer pain he can ease. And yet he'll still destroy the world. Hawk shook his head. She is a mage of considerable power and wisdom. She may survive what is come if he succeeds, but that is irrelevant. Irrelevant. Hawk practically choked on the word. There are always those the demons cannot match. Those that despair only makes stronger, that fear cannot dissuade, that base desire cannot touch, and that pride cannot bring down. When darkness threatens, heroes rise. That is the true magic of this world. The music swells, and you dance. Kieran smiled. It is beautiful beyond words. Duncan walked beside his father as they headed towards the Divine's office. Servants had provided them fresh clothes that fit well enough. He's considered for a moment leaving his armor behind, and decided against it. Demons and mages and who knew what else were about. He didn't miss that his father had also chosen to wear armor. The Divine gave them a startled glance when she saw them, and then smiled. Forgive me, seeing the two of you next to each other is very disconcerting. He bowed. Last time I visited your court, most holy, you called me by my father's name 3 times. He smiled. A compliment of the highest order, to be sure. Ah. And there is your mother. Divine Victoria's voice was warm with approval. The others are on their way. Young Agatha turned her sending crystal over to me and I have been in touch with House Braska. Agatha. Duncan raised an eyebrow. Agatha Amel. You are familiar with her. The Elven Spymaster was simultaneously one of the best assets to come from his alliance with Kal Hirol and one of the biggest thorns in his side. King Trian loaned her services to me shortly after the Cunary launched their attacks. King Trian. Divine Victoria smiled. I am looking forward to speaking with all of you in far greater detail. The door to the office opened again, admitting the Inquisitor and Commander Cullen, followed by Rutherford. A few moments later, it opened a second time to admit Terna Anara and Ser Loghain. Burhan is filling the Hawks in on what we have learned thus far, and determining what Kieran can add. Divine Victoria drew a deep breath. Lenore and Braska were tracking cultists that recently went silent. Braska has confirmed that the cultists were devoted to this formless one. Gavrin has confirmed that the cult is a problem in their time. The Inquisitor glanced over her shoulder at him, and then at Loghain. It seems recent information revealed they may have been behind the assassination of King Alistair. What? Duncan's head came up sharply. Andraste's great flaming ass, that seems like the kind of thing I really should have been informed about. Until this moment, I did not realize you were unaware. The Inquisitor nodded apologetically. Was there a reason he wasn't informed? The information was new and had yet to be verified. Gavrin shook his head. We wanted to be certain, and ensure we addressed the problem of the entire cult rather than a single stronghold. They thought I'd overreact. Duncan folded his arms. He caught the look on Ser Loghain's face. Stop agreeing with them. I humbly apologize for acknowledging reality, Your Majesty. Ser Loghain gave a small bow. Asshole. Duncan muttered the word under his breath before turning his attention back to the Divine. I'll admit, killing this cult before they kill me does sound like a good use of our time. King Alistair said, trying to hide his smile. We agreed. Divine Victoria inclined her head. I have begun sending word to my agents, and Burhan is doing the same for the Inquisition, as well as seeing what the Red Jennies and House Braska can find for us. This formless one appears to have power on Par with the magic that opened the breach. It is not a threat we can ignore. Leandra followed her father and uncle into the larger room. Kieran walked a few paces behind her. Ansala, Caleb, and Agatha managed to slip in before anyone could stop them. She saw Gavrin standing with his parents, and immediately adjusted her trajectory. And did not miss her father's glare when she did so. That was probably going to be an issue. No, that was definitely going to be an issue. Which is why they'd been eloping in the first place. Maps and documents were strewn about on the table. Burhan walked over to add more, and Kieran followed him. It was kind of weird seeing him not glowing. Maybe that had something to do with the depot whirring that had apparently happened? Divine Victoria smiled when she saw her. Leandra. I would like you and the other children to sit with some of my agents. The information you can provide for us would be invaluable. Especially any information that pertains to Fenharal's activities. She saw the younger version of the king narrow his eyes at the remark. Duncan shook his head and glared at Gavrin. No offense, but when it comes to the Dread Wolf, the last person we should be trusting is his fucking apprentice. Her hand went for the hilt of her sword and she saw the king's bodyguard do the same. You want to back way the hell off, your royal high ass. The room started to stir as people reacted to the lesser king's remark. She maintained her protective position in front of Gavrin. His hand touched her shoulder in a calming gesture, and she heard his voice. Whatever it is you think you know of my nature, I do not wish this world to end any more than you do. I am, as you may have noticed, very much human. Kieran spoke up from where he stood at the table. If the formless one is slain, this moment will not. He tilted his head, the motion vaguely bird-like. Would not? Does not occur. The time will be set right, flowing to a shifted future. Changes will build upon each other, and 16 years from now we will all be standing in a different river. None of you will remember the taste of these waters. The Divine frowned. Then we cannot change what occurred. The changes will occur whether you will them or not. Any machinations of the Formless One will not survive his slaying. But if it resets, won't it all happen the same way again, with this formless thing simply coming back? Duncan frowned. All looping about. Part of me lies outside time and will not reset. I'll be whole in me and remember, and thus the river shifts. No loops. Looping is bad. You are saying you can fix this? The Inquisitor raised an eyebrow at him. Yes. Awesome. Leandra grinned. Let's go kick demon ass. No. Her father's voice was flat. Agreed. Divine Victoria gave her a disapproving look, and then looked past her. Sala, Caleb, would you be so kind as to take the other children back to your estate? The look on the Lesser King's face almost made being sent away worth it. He looked like he'd just inhaled a lemon as he turned towards the Divine. Most Holy, I feel it necessary to point out that we are not, in fact, children. His Royal Highness has a point. Leandra took a step back to stand shoulder to shoulder with Gavrin. This is not our first fight. We do not know what exactly is going on or what forces are involved here. For all we know, if something happens to you in this time stream, you'll be wiped out of existence entirely. Cullen folded his arms, his face stern. Keeping you safe is our priority here. The Divine's eyes were sympathetic. Look, we faced a Cunary death squad and they gave us no trouble at all. Leandra waved a hand casually. Next to her, Gavrin shook his head. You and I remember that battle differently. Yeah. She shrugged. That's 'cause you're a worrywart. I may. He turned and stared at her. You had 4 broken ribs and a knife sticking out of your leg. And they got their asses kicked. She rolled her eyes. Besides, that's why you carry bandages. He opened his mouth to retort and Loghain's voice interrupted them. I'm not sure you two are actually helping our case. Loghain jerked his head at the aghast faces of the rest of the room. Well. Shit. The Divine's eyes had gone from sympathetic to stone. Sala. The Divine raised one eyebrow. Sala gestured for them to follow her. At the table, Kieran leaned over one of the maps. We will need Dash. You're going with them. King Alistair gestured towards Sala. But I. No. King Alistair shook his head firmly. Kieran, you're in a weakened state and we have no idea how vulnerable that makes you. He folded his arms. And frankly, your parents scared the shit out me before they became their own pantheon. I really do not want to have to explain to them that we got you hurt or worse. I can dash. We have information. We'll track down this formless one. If we need your assistance, we know where to find you. The Inquisitor nodded to him. Go with the other kids. Her own father's voice was firm. Yes, Uncle Carver. Well, at least the king and the god were also getting sent to their rooms. Small comfort. Leliana watched the children go, though it was clear none of them were happy about it. A Cunary death squad. And she turned to look at Ruya, and saw the fear on her old friend's face. Duncan had called Gavrin the Dread Wolf's apprentice. That was going to require some kind of context. She sighed. What do we know? We know the cult originated along the border between Tevinter and Orlais. Burhan answered as he moved the map around. We have the identities of a few members, and are trying to trace them now. Rector is probably our best option to head up the investigation on the Tevinter side, and House Braska is lending us some of their agents as well. Loghain watched his king pace back and forth and occasionally explode with curses. The Divine had actually sent a guard back with them, led by none other than the Iron Bull. Commander Cullen had sent one of the Inquisition's attaches, a man named Kells, with the order to keep an eye on the kids. He was pretty sure Kells was actually younger than Jarath. He shrugged, and gave Bull a respectful nod. Iron Bull. You're Loghain, right? I am. Knew your grandfather. For an old guy, he kicked some ass. Knew you, in the future. For an old guy, you kick a bit of ass yourself. Bull grinned. How do we know each other? Competed against you and some of the Chargers at a tournament in Highever, 2 years ago. Yeah. Iron Bull folded his arm and lifted his eyebrow. Who won? You went home with the prize for the melee, Grunt went home with the prize for the archers, Skinner went home with me. He smiled. So I have to say I did. For a moment, Bull just stared. And he smacked Loghain on the back and started laughing. Not bad, kid. Not bad at all. He gestured at his face, in the location of the tattoo. Don't suppose you'll tell me what that's supposed to mean. If you were meant to know, you would. He shrugged. So I'm going to start asking you questions with the intention of getting you to reveal more information than you're supposed to. That all right? I like you. Bull nodded. Yes. Loghain grinned. You will. Agatha listened with half an ear as Loghain started getting information out of Iron Bull. Had he implied? No. Surely not. But he was certainly managing to get some useful information. Bull shifted the subject pretty rapidly when Loghain got too close to the Tevinter border. Which meant that was likely where the problem was located. Mama Lenore was fine with sending her to handle a diplomatic thing, but she'd balk at sending her into an actual battle. As if Mama Lenore hadn't been taking on an archdemon at the same age. I'm not going to sit around here, twiddling my thumbs. Duncan finally stopped pacing. I'm the bloody king of Ferelden. You're not, actually. Caleb smiled at him apologetically. And it sounds like if they manage to kill this demon thing, you won't be for years yet. All the more reason I should be part of this. That thing killed my father and brought my country to the edge of war. She glanced over her shoulder to see Trian quietly join them. She sighed, and turned back to Duncan. The best we can do right now is help them figure out where this formless one is. Kieran started to say something, but was interrupted when Duncan started talking again. No, the best we can do is join the fight. We've all seen combat. I'm 24 bloody years old. Older than most of the wardens when they saved Ferelden. And we've got more stake in this fight than most. If any of them died, would they be wiped from history? Salah raised an eyebrow at Kieran. No. What if you died? It would be inconvenient, certainly. Kieran tilted his head. Dying is a bit more than inconvenient. Jarath frowned at him. Not particularly. Mother kept a peace. You mean like how Flemeth put herself into an amulet? Caleb gestured excitedly. And Aunt Merrill brought her back on Sundermount and... His eyes widened. Oh, that's right. That was your grandmother. So you... Salah bit her lip. Can't actually die. All things can die. But what would happen if I were to try stabbing you right now? Caleb waved a hand. I would warn you politely not to. Kieran shrugged. Once. Loghain joined them as the Chargers left to go patrol the outside of the building, leaving them with Kells to watch over them. Then, if the stories are true, he'd use your entrails to decorate his trees. No, that's Mother. I don't suppose he told you where this cult is located. Duncan raised an eyebrow at Loghain. On the border between Tevinter and Orlais. I'm afraid that is as specific as I could get. Seriously. I'm a knight, not a spy, and he used to be Ben Hasrat. You're lucky I got that much, Your Majesty. What would you even do if you found out the location? Agatha raised an eyebrow at Duncan. I'd go kill the bloody thing. By yourself. Gavarin looked up from where he was talking to Leandra. No. Jarath said the word calmly from where he stood behind Duncan. And they'd drag me along. Loghain shrugged. I'd come. Agatha grinned. They did take a shot at one of my cousins. We'd go. Leandra touched Gavarin's shoulder. Though not following you. She narrowed her eyes at Duncan. I am the son of King Alistair of Ferelden. Gavarin stood. I'm the son of Ruya Trevelyan, the Inquisitor who took down a god. Are we determining this based on rank or merit? Kieran raised an eyebrow. Rank comes from merit. Duncan narrowed his eyes as he stared at Gavarin, his stance hostile. Your rank comes from the merit of your parents. Kieran tilted his head. I'm also older than you. Actually, if we go that route, Salah was born first. Caleb gestured at his sister. 2 weeks before Agatha. I have actually existed for the greatest number of years save for Jarath, and he's following me, Duncan said. Sala laughed. Duncan glared at her. What is amusing you? Kieran, how old are you? I do not know. How can you not know how old you are? Jarath frowned at him. I predate all existing calendar systems. What? Duncan stared at him. I am Earthamil, reborn of the Inheritor, the goddess Mythal, harbinger of the next age. He smiled. Does that mean I am in charge? No. Several voices said the word simultaneously, Agatha's among them. Very well. Then I cast my vote for Sala. We aren't voting. Duncan shook his head. I vote for Sala. Caleb immediately jumped on Kieran's idea. Me too. Agatha grinned, enjoying the panic starting to show on her best friend's face. Voting is irrelevant. Traian spoke up. We don't know how to kill this formless one, even if we knew where it was. It's in Navera, and fire should be sufficient. They all turned to stare at Kieran. Kel's eyes widened. Wait, you know where it is? That's what I was trying to tell them back in the chantry. I've got to tell the commander. Kells started walking towards the door. Jarath. Duncan glanced over his shoulder, and Jarath immediately moved to intercept Kells. Duncan turned back to the group. You can take us to it? Help us kill it. Yes. All right. He took a deep breath, and then looked towards Gavrin. I'll accept Sala as leader, if you will. Wait. Sala tried to protest. Done. Gavrin nodded. This is insane. Traian shook his head. You don't have to come. Duncan nodded to him. Yes, I do. Why? Duncan raised an eyebrow. Because of him. Traian gestured at Kieran. Me. Kieran looked startled. When your father walked into Orzammer, my mother was near starvation trying to keep me fed. He gave her coin, kept her safe, gave her life back to her and never asked anything in return. Now she's... Traian took a deep breath. Everything I have, everything I will become, I owe to him. So if you are going along on this, I am too. I will point out that we are still in Kirkwall, surrounded by Inquisition soldiers, the Kirkwall Guard, Templars, the Ferelden Honor Guard, the Griffin Riders, and the Chargers. Loghain gestured at Kells. And him, the guy who just overheard our destination. I give us 3 miles before they drag us back by our earlobes. Well, oh fearless leader. Caleb grinned at Sala. Sala felt panic rising. Somehow, she was in charge of. Okay. Getting out of the house would be easy enough. She and Caleb had been sneaking out for years, and the Chargers didn't know about the Dark Town entrance. The problem would be getting out of Kirkwall in a way they couldn't be easily followed, and that meant. She started to smile. Out of curiosity, who other than me knows how to sail a ship? Agatha grinned and raised her hand, followed by Leandra, Gavrin, Duncan, Jarath, Loghain, and Caleb. Kieran smiled eagerly. I look forward to learning. Kells shook his head. You can't be serious. He ran a hand through his hair. I'm getting the commander. He tried to go around Jarath, and then a barrier sprang into place around him. He turned back towards them, and his eyes went to the smiling Kieran. Let me out. If I do that, you will alert everyone and that would be very inconvenient. Kieran shrugged. Kells, the way I figure it, you have 2 options here. Gavrin shrugged. You can stay here until Mother takes that barrier down, and then explain to my father that you let us escape instead of alerting the Chargers the moment you realized we were plotting. Sala saw panic start to show in Kel's eyes. Or you can come with us, in the hopes that you can alert someone before we get too far, or that father will buy that you came along to try to keep us out of trouble. Your father is going to kill me. Caleb cackled. Grab him. Let's move before the Chargers get back. What do you mean they are missing? For a moment, Gabriel thought he was going to see Cullen stab a Cunary to death with his own horns. We were expecting someone to attack them. Iron Bull stood his ground. Not that they'd sneak out of the house somehow. How did they? Cullen turned towards Gabriel. You had to have the estate riddled with secret passages. And the children dumb enough to use them. Gabriel rubbed his forehead. They can't have gone far if they tried to leave the city, and we know where all the passages exit. He looked around and noted Carver had already gone to alert his riders. The guard will have them back within an hour. The door to the estate slammed open and Isabella strode into the room. Gabriel Constance Hawk. Isa dash. She stalked towards him and drove her finger into his chest. Do you want to explain to me why your daughter and a group of her friends just stole my ship? Seeing no other option available, he sought refuge in audacity. Well, remember that one time you ran off with a relic. Chapter 8, Sailing and Questioning. I'm a dead man. Alistair leaned on the table. I think Jaroth will be under. Divine Victoria started to say. You think I'm worried about him? Alistair shook his head vigorously. I've been in Kirkwall a week and I've lost Duncan 3 times. Do you have any idea what Cathiel is going to do to me? He turned to Sedida. To us. Sedida winced. Oh. Right. Ain't a surprise, right? Sierra shrugged as they all stared at her. I mean, these are your kids we are talking about. How did they even get your ship? Varric asked, turning back to Isabella. Caleb said the Divine wanted to see us. We started heading in, then Cullen's bearded counterpart started yelling that it's a trick. Next thing we know, the pretty boy has us in this little barrier and Sala is giving orders on getting out of the dock. Isabella shook her head angrily. Teaching your children how to sail was clearly a mistake on my part. Kells. Cullen shook his head. They kidnapped Kells. Someday, we are going to look back on this situation and laugh. Hawk sighed. 40, 50 years from now. He looked up when Carver came back into the room. Anything. I've got riders doing sweeps off the coast in teams of 2. They've only got an hour head start, they can't have gone that far. When Isabella narrowed her eyes, Carver shrugged. It may be your ship, Admiral, but it's not you at the helm, and it is certainly not your crew. Frankly, I'm impressed they made it out of the harbor. Duncan and Jaroth know how to sail, assuming they've kept in practice. Alistair sighed. They do. Ruya turned towards him. Duncan's grandmother was the Seawolf. She took her first Orlshi on warship when she was 15. Alistair shook his head. Letting them learn seemed like a good idea at the time. Gavrin Rutherford. Duncan Thurin. Jaroth Gilmore. Leandra, Caleb, and Sala Hawk. Tryan Sedida. Loghain MacTier. Agatha Amel. Kells Marland. And Kieran Tabri. Burhan shook his head. I think I'm starting to feel a little bit of pity for the demon. Sierra. Sedida rubbed the back of her neck. Shoot him. The siren's call cut through the water like a hot knife through butter. Caleb stood at the bow, grinning. As soon as they'd cleared the harbor, Gavrin and Kieran had put their heads together and managed to conjure up some kind of magic that kept their sails filled. He glanced down at the other man on the bow. Kells had adopted a resigned expression as soon as they'd lost sight of land. Cheer up. This isn't some madcap adventure story, Caleb. Kells shook his head. You don't know what you are getting into. I was in Kirkwall when the chantry exploded, same as you. Caleb shrugged. This isn't my first time facing a demon. Facing, or running from? Kells raised an eyebrow. Caleb glared. And was forced to concede Kells might actually have something like a point. Still, the others had seen action. Gavrin and Leandra had apparently fought Cunary. Jaroth is older than you are, and he's been in some fights. And we have Kieran. None of which is going to stop Commander Cullen from putting me on latrine duty for the rest of my life. Kells hung his head. Which is going to be very short, for Minov is going to kill me for getting mixed up in this. So are you going to marry her or what? You kidnapped me, dragged me onto a boat with a bunch of lunatics, and now you are asking about my love life. Kells stared at him. It passes the time. You think we are being foolish? His king glanced back at him. It is not my place to say, Your Majesty. And saying it wouldn't make any difference at all. Time had more than proved that simple truth. Duncan shook his head at him. Which means you do think I'm being foolish and want nothing more than to club me on the head and drag me back to the most secure room in the palace until I come to my senses. Jarath shrugged. His friend knew him entirely too well. And knew enough to know that he was perilously close to doing exactly that. Well, yes. This thing killed my parents. Killed your father. Tried to kill my siblings. Duncan folded his arms. You want to kill it as much as I do. Jarath did not deny the accusation. That day was far too vividly etched into his mind. The Queen's blood splattering across Duncan's face. The King pulling Duncan back and all but throwing him to Jarath. The order to take the prince and run. And the sound of his own father screaming as Jarath had done exactly that. No. He did not deny the accusation. Instead, he looked towards the others on the ship. And them. They have a stake in this. Duncan shrugged. They are not soldiers. The plain-faced noblewoman was a debutante, not a warrior. Though she had managed a plan to get them out of the city fairly quickly. Lady Hawke was formidable but unreliable, and Rutherford was no fighter. Traian knew his way around a blade but was a far better administrator than warrior. He wasn't sure the other Hawke was even armed. Agatha had been no slouch in a fight in their time, but this was a much younger version. Of the two actual warriors, one they'd kidnapped and other. Ser Loghain is. Duncan shook his head. And this isn't Rutherford or Lady Hawke's first clash with demons either. Ser Loghain was a soldier, yes. Despite his youth, he was one of the best the Order of Vigilance had to offer, and that was saying a great deal. Under ordinary circumstances, there were few he'd rather have helping him protect his king. But these were not ordinary circumstances. Given who has accompanied us. Jarath looked toward where Sala was showing Kieran how to adjust some ropes. I must acknowledge that Loghain's loyalty may be called into question. The knight wore the mark of a dragon god. And one who claimed to be a dragon god was accompanying them. Do you think he is what he claims to be? Duncan gave Kieran a doubtful look. An abomination. That much, at least, everyone had agreed upon. The rest. You and I have seen those before. And it was reason enough not to trust. The specifics of his nature do not matter. They believe he is what he claims, which means that I cannot trust Loghain to put your safety above his. And you heard Traian. I'm asking a lot of you. I know. No more than I am willing to give, Your Majesty. Duncan put a hand on his shoulder before going to speak with their new leader. Sala looked up as Duncan walked over to her. He'd told Gavrin he'd accept her as leader. She just had absolutely no idea what that was even going to mean. Why had Kieran voted for her in the first place? Lady Sala. Duncan gave her a small bow. If we are headed into Navarra, our best bet for a port would be Cumberland. He shrugged. Our only choice for a port is Cumberland. Right. Leandra called from where she was going over their supplies with Gavrin. Kozbrowska, the Inquisition, the Divine, Varric, and heck, probably even your father, don't have agents in Cumberland. Which is why I was about to point out we should consider not making port at all. Duncan glared at Leandra. This is a smuggler's ship. In theory, we could put in at a sheltered cove, hide the ship. Perhaps even have the mages ward it somehow. He glanced at Leandra. Rutherford can handle a simple ward, yes. Leandra's eyes narrowed as she stood up and took a step towards him. Almost immediately, Jarath moved to stand at Duncan's shoulder and Gavrin moved to catch Leandra's wrist. She looked from Leandra to Duncan. All right, first things first. Is there a particular reason for this animosity? Leandra and Duncan immediately began trying to talk over each other. Sala shook her head and held up a hand, waiting for them both to fall silent. I'm asking the wrong people. She glanced over her shoulder. Loghain, why don't Leandra and Duncan like each other? Gavrin and Duncan are both authority figures within their respective spheres. A Fereldan individual was arrested on Orlshian soil by Inquisition agents on suspicion of being part of a plot to assassinate a dwarven dignitary. There was some question over jurisdiction. Loghain shrugged. And, being that the situation involved a Thurin, a Trevlian, and multiple Amels, There were also some explosions, abominations, dragons, and darkspawn. I believe the individual in question was eaten by a werewolf at some point. There were no darkspawn, Leandra immediately objected. My mistake. Loghain shrugged. Gavarin glanced at Leandra. No, that was the trip back. Doesn't count. To complicate matters further, Duncan is hot-headed and Leandra is overprotective. Loghain shrugged, and went back to helping Tryanne go over the ship's inventory. It took her a moment to make her voice work. I am so very, very sorry I asked. She turned back to the people in front of her. Duncan, you wanted this, and you must acknowledge you need our help if this mission is going to be a success. You've traveled in time. Think of it as a new beginning. She shifted her gaze to Leandra. Leandra, you and Gavarin agreed to come along and work with Duncan. The only way we are going to win is together. She looked back and forth between them. I know the stories of what our parents did with groups just like this one. This is our chance to make them proud. Assuming they don't kill us for doing this in the first place, Tryanne added from where he was sitting on the deck. Yeah. That. Werewolves? What had she gotten herself into? Agatha plunked herself down where she could look at Kieran. He really was very pretty. So what are you, exactly? I am Kieran. Yeah, I know. That's who you are. But what are you? Agatha gave him a contemplative look. Her mother had spent ages trying to figure out what exactly was going on with this guy and his parents. Mama Lenore said you were Earthamil's host. Yes. And your parents, they are also abominations. Something flashed behind Kieran's eyes, and his voice was sharp when he replied. No. They are the host of demons, aren't Dash? No. I thought they were possessed by Dash. No. I'm not Dash. She saw anger on his face and started trying to figure out how to backtrack the conversation. Abominations host demons. Gavarin's voice interrupted. Morrigan inherited the soul of the elven goddess Mythil. Jarath and Kieran are slightly more complicated, but there are no demons involved in those cases either. He nodded to Kieran. He and his father are the hosts of old gods. I am. My father's situation is different. Do you mind explaining? Gavarin smiled as he asked the question. I am. He frowned. I am me, and we are also me. When Gavarin looked at him blankly, Kieran shrugged. Pronouns are confusing. Kieran and Earthamil share a single body, and their souls are linked. What affects one affects the other, yet they are separate as well. One becomes the other, and the other becomes the one. Feeling and experiencing the same taste, yet the flavors differ. And your father is different. My sister was badly damaged. She ceased and merged, two souls no longer distinct but twined, pieces from two puzzles to make a single picture. A whole greater than the sum of the parts. One being, one soul. My father. And your mother. Memories of many souls, their will binding her to herself, more whole than she ever was before. Distinct but not separate. And, not or. Agatha scratched her head. So, your grandmother was Mythil. And your mother is also Mythil. Yes. And your father is Jarath Tabri, who used to be a warden and is now an archdemon. Yes. And he's your father, except he used to be your sister. Yes. Kieran gave her a perplexed look, as if he couldn't understand why she was having trouble grasping the concept. All right. She stood back up. I'm going to go over there, and try not to think about this anymore. Leliana sighed at the sending crystal. Lenore, I'll point out she's your daughter. The voice on the other end of the crystal sounded frustrated. I said I was angry, not that I was surprised. Does Cathiel know yet? I don't know. Leliana shook her head. Is Denerim still standing? I should be in sight of it within the hour. I'll let you know. Lenore's voice was silent for a minute. Was it really Kieran? Carver claims to have recognized him. And it could easily have been the boy who was at Skyhold. Leliana sat down. I think it was. What are Jarath and Morrigan doing that they had to send Kieran in their stead? Lenore's voice responded. I asked Kieran that very question. I am just not sure I understood his answer. Lelyana's eyes went to the statue of Androsta that dominated the heart of the chantry. He said they are keeping the stars lit. She shook her head. One moment I'm talking to what seems to be a perfectly normal young man, the next I'm speaking to someone. She sighed. Well, someone like Cole used to be. Where is Cole? I have to imagine he could be of some help. I send word to both him and Rainier. They will be joining the search. Cassandra is still in Navarra, and will meet us at the Orlchion border. We have no idea where they went. Other than they went by ship, no. We do not. Lelyana frowned. Though they must have had some destination in mind. We picked up Sigrun. We'll take care of business in Dinarum and head towards Orlais. I take it we are attempting to keep this quiet. Considering who they are. Lelyana waved a hand, forgetting for a moment that Lenore wasn't actually in the room with her. We have far too many enemies who would love to take this opportunity. Even before accounting for Kieran's involvement. A young man with the soul of an old god would be a prize for many. Well, thanks for putting that particular image in my head. Lenore made a vexed noise. I wasn't planning on sleeping anytime soon anyway. Do you think Kieran was right? Kill the demon, time resets? Lenore's voice was quiet again for some time. I think I'm not willing to take that big a chance on their safety. We find them, drag them home by their ears, and then figure out what to do next. Then you are in agreement with every other mage involved. I'll let you know if we find anything. Same here. Tell Alistair. Lenore's voice hesitated. Tell Alistair I'll break the news to Cathiel, Rory, and Nigera in person. Thank you, Lenore. Caleb spread out the map. All right, so here is the Cumberland port. He traced his finger along the coast. Isabella has a couple good coves marked. She might think to look at some of her hideaways, but since they don't know where we were heading, that's still a lot of ground to cover. The big problem is going to be the Lady Seeker is currently in Navarra, and she's going to be one of the first people the Inquisitor contacts. Agatha chewed her bottom lip. I'm not sure I'm crazy about being chased by Seekers. Please. Cassandra looked for my father for almost 4 years and didn't find him until 2 days after he showed up on her doorstep. Caleb rolled his eyes. Yeah, well, back then she didn't have Red Jennies and House Braska feeding her information. Agatha frowned. If I try to reach out to any of my contacts, it'll be like sending up fireworks for Papa's Evran. It is not too late to reconsider this option. Put in at the nearest port and find an Inquisition safe house. Kells looked down at the map. Not an option. Duncan shook his head. It's the Inquisition. They know how to deal with situations like this one. Kells waved a hand. Maker's breath, this isn't even our first time dealing with time travel. Ambassador Pavis knows more about that magic than anyone alive. He has a point. Gavarin shrugged. Duncan glared at him. Let's not forget, that demon targeted us. Clearly, we pose a threat to it, and it's likely going to be coming after us anyway. Taking the fight to it keeps our families safe, and gives us the best chance. And that is also a good point. Sala fiddled with the end of her braid. If they are targeting you, keeping on the move is likely one of the best ways to stay safe. She looked down at the map, and then turned towards Kieran. Where exactly are we heading? Here. He tapped his finger against a location not too far from the Tevinter border. How do you know? Caleb raised an eyebrow. Spirits tell you, or is it some kind of dragon god thing? No. So how do you know we need to go there? Duncan asked. Oh. Kieran shrugged. That's where the quest marker is. What? Duncan stared at him in confusion. Kieran's blinked. What? Chapter 9, Enemies Everywhere. Tryan handed the other end of the rope to Agatha. The elven woman dove off the side of the boat and swam to the shore. She bound the end of the rope to one of the ancient metal rings that had apparently been set into the stone for just such a purpose. Isn't Isabella going to get angry when she learns we just left her ship here for anyone to find? We'll send her a bird. Caleb caught the other end of the rope with him as they started pulling the ship in. He shook his head as they finished securing the ship. The debt needed to be paid, and he counted some of these people among his friends, but what they were doing here was foolhardy. Duncan was standing impatiently as the mages discussed the best way toward the ship. It wasn't difficult to see the young boy who rushed headlong down the stairs in the man. Tryan shot a glance at Salah. Duncan had agreed to follow the young woman, and she'd done well enough thus far. He just hoped it lasted. With a sigh, he headed in her direction. Salah. Yes. She raised an eyebrow. What's the plan? We need more information on our destination. We know the city, but it would be nice to know what building, what defenses it may have, how many allies this thing has, and what it can do. Salah frowned. And the fact that every spy we know is going to report back to our parents is going to complicate things. She looked around. We also need some supplies. I found Isabella's gold stash, but we are probably going to need things like lyrium and maybe some more weapons. She rubbed the back of her neck. Let's head in the general direction of our destination, and try to keep a low profile. All right. It was the best they could do for a plan without more information, anyway. I'll start figuring out what we need. He turned his gaze towards the bearded man who was once again arguing with Caleb. You know Kells is going to try to get word out first opportunity he gets. We've got enough of a head start that shouldn't be a problem. And Agatha is keeping an eye on him. The Seekers are currently in Navarra. There aren't many Seekers, and Navarra is a good-sized country. What are the odds we will run into any of them? Salah shrugged. We should get a pack horse of some kind as well. We're unfortunately light on funds. Leave the negotiating to me. He shrugged. You sure? I regularly conduct negotiations with the Merchants Guild. He shook his head at her. Nevar rands are easy. Salah fell into step next to Leandra. She was still having a little bit of difficulty reconciling the tall young woman with her little cousin. So, how long have you and Gavrin been together? She grinned. Or just engaged? Engaged, I guess. Fighting Cunary, and demons, and darkspawn. It was kind of like the stories of how her fathers had gotten together. Or how Leandra's own parents had gotten together, come to think of it, as well as Gavrin's parents. History did tend to repeat itself. Leandra shrugged and glanced over at her boyfriend. Gavrin, when did I tell you we were going to get married? At the Ostagar tourney. Right. Leandra turned back to Salah. 14 years. She shook her head at Leandra, and laughed softly before looking over at Gavrin. You never stood a chance, did you? Nope. He smiled. What about you? She turned to look at Duncan. They're a queen on the horizon. Terna Anara has brokered an arrangement between myself and a Pentagast woman who's something like 9th in line for the Navaran throne. What's her name? Salah asked. Duncan furrowed his brow, then glanced over his shoulder at Jarath. Eglantine. Wait, really? Duncan frowned. I thought it started with an S. Eglantine Sophia Agostina Jacinta Mariella Cassandra Silvestra Theodora Valeria Pentagast. And now I remember why I forgot. Duncan shook his head. She's. He shrugged. Nice. I have 5 gold says you can't tell us what color her hair is. Loghain called from behind him. I'll take that bet. Caleb grinned. Duncan rubbed the back of his neck. Black. Loghain held out a hand to Caleb. Pay up. He shrugged. She's a blonde. His grin widened. Like her brother. Oh, for the love of. Duncan shook his head. Asshole. He lengthened his stride to quicken their pace. We've got work to be doing. According to the map, they were unlikely to make it to the city by nightfall, at least at the pace this group was traveling. They hadn't been underway more than a couple hours when they found trouble. Well, look what we have here. The bandits leveled their crossbows. Isn't this lot fancy? Jarath noted the positions of Kells, Leandra, and Ser Loghain out of the corner of his eye. Leandra had positioned herself between Gavrin and the crossbowmen. Ser Loghain was walking next to Trian and would be able to get the Dwarven King out of harm's way. Kells might have been of some use, had he been armed or armored. And that left Kieran, Caleb, Agatha, and Sala undefended. And worse, likely to get in the way. As though being very outnumbered did not make the situation complicated enough. You'd be advised to let us pass. Duncan shifted just slightly to his left, for once doing as he was supposed to and letting Jarath provide cover. Hand over your gold. The bandit smiled. And maybe the ladies, and we might do just that. Oh, you cannot be serious, Leandra said. Are these actual bandits? Kieran tilted his head. Yes, they are actual bandits. Duncan's voice was impatient. How exciting. I've never had someone try to rob me before. Kieran actually started to smile. The lead bandit gave Kieran a confused look. What's wrong with him? Answering that question would take all day. Duncan shook his head. In response, the bandit shrugged and gestured to him. The gold. Now. And those fancy swords. You want my sword? Leandra put her hand on the hilt. Come get it. Oh, a dangerous one. One of the bandits leered at her. Dibs. Heh. Leandra grinned. Your mistake. I'm not the dangerous one. Shoot one of them. The lead bandit gestured. Jarath shifted to stand between Duncan and the bolts, getting his shield into bear just in time, for the bolts to strike something a couple feet in front of him and bounce harmlessly to the ground. He shrugged and drew his sword, glancing back at Sala. Orders. Well, Sala glanced at where Kieran was standing with his palm outstretched. I think we ask them politely not to attack us. Once. Duncan nodded. You heard the lady. Kill them all. The lead bandit drew his blade. Duncan sent an arrow into a bandit's throat. He was about to shift his aim towards the left when Kieran rushed forward and leaped into the air. He started to shout and Kieran's form suddenly shifted. What went into the air was a man. What came down was a spider the size of a carriage. He thought two of the bandits might have technically died of shock. Behind him, he heard Leandra laugh as she strode forward, putting her massive blade to good use. The bandit leader managed to get a good swing at Jarath. Jarath parried it easily before running the man through. Loghain put his own shield to use more as weapon than defense, casually battering his way through the bandits. Both Sala and Rutherford provided some support in the way of spells fired at various bandits. Trian had positioned himself near Sala and Rutherford, keeping his shield between the mages and anyone that might have thought about moving in to attack. And Caleb, Kells, and Agatha wisely just stayed out of the way. He fired 2 more arrows before the battle was finished. The spider freed a corpse from its leg, and then took a step backwards before shifting back into Kieran. That was awesome. Caleb immediately walked towards Kieran. What else can you turn into? Anyone hurt? Sala started looking them over. Her fingers glowed white as she healed the minor wounds taken by Leandra and Jarath. She frowned down at the dead bandits, and then shook her head. Kells, find yourself some gear. You too, Caleb. She turned to give the rest of them a critical look before glancing at Jarath. Jarath, would you please ensure everyone is properly outfitted in case this happens again? Jarath nodded. Duncan retrieved his arrows before helping himself to the quivers carried by some of the bandits. He noted that Caleb looked rather uncertain before grabbing a couple of long knives. When he passed Jarath, he lowered his voice to a whisper. When we make camp, give the boy Hawk enough of a lesson that he doesn't stab himself by accident. Yes, Your Majesty. Caleb frowned as Jarath adjusted his grip on the dagger. That feels weird. Your control is greater. Fingers, wrist, and elbow can all shift the blade. You don't have strength, so you'll need speed. I do so have strength. Caleb glared. You've got strong fingers, but not arms. I do so have strength. Caleb put a hand on Jarath's chest and tried to shove him backwards. Jarath didn't budge even an inch. He gave Caleb an annoyed look. Don't block. Parry and shift, or at the very least you'll lose fingers. He looked down at his hands. Losing a finger meant losing the ability to play the several instruments. The other man abruptly swung a stick at him. Caleb brought the dagger up. The stick hit it and knocked it out of his hand. Jarath shook his head. Loghain. Right. Loghain picked up the dagger and held it the way Caleb had been shown a moment ago. Jarath drew his sword and brought it down. Loghain brought the dagger up to meet it, and redirected the sword to the left before immediately moving in and holding his fist to Jarath's neck. If he'd had a knife in both hands, the blade of the other weapon would be pressed against Jarath's throat. Oh. Caleb looked down at the other knife. But what if he had a shield? Loghain flipped the dagger in his hand and flung it. It hit a tree blade first and sank in a couple inches. Then I suggest not letting him get near you in the first place. I do know how to use a sword, you know. Caleb shook his head. It took him 3 tries to pull his dagger free. My fathers and Aunt Avellini both taught me. And Sala too. Leave me out of this. Sala called over from where she was talking to the other mages. I've seen Fenris fight. Jarath shrugged. He's a force of nature. But he also has lyrium tattoos and a lifetime of training. As for your other father, he's a mage. His sword gives him an advantage simply because few expect a mage to be able to wield one even semi-competently, and he combines it with magic. So unless you have tattoos or magic you haven't told us about. Loghain raised an eyebrow. He offered Caleb a crossbow. Or maybe I'll just use a crossbow. Caleb sighed, and took it from him. That would likely be best. Jarath nodded. Heading up the Imperial Highway is the smart thing to do. Sala folded her arms and looked the group over. They'd ditched their fancier clothing, though they'd kept the nicer armor and weapons. There'd been enough war lately, those weren't going to stand out much. None of us are experienced enough woodsmen to try cutting through unfamiliar forests. The Imperial Highway has regular guard patrols. Caleb shook his head. Yes, but I doubt they are specifically looking for us. Our parents aren't going to be hanging out banners saying we are lost. They only want their people hunting us. Agatha shrugged. Trying to cut across country might actually draw more attention than just walking down the highway as if we had a perfect right to be there. She has a point. Duncan adjusted his cloak. Never underestimate the power of a good bluff. The only better option would be to actually dress as Navaran soldiers. Traian held up the map. We should make it to the next town by mid-afternoon. Where Kells is going to try to tell everyone where we are. Duncan glanced at him. Any way we could convince you not to do that? None whatsoever. Kells shook his head. You kidnapped me. We could tie him up, claim we are bounty hunters and he is a prisoner we are transporting. Sala raised an eyebrow. Has that ever worked? Leandrid turned to Gavrin. Gavrin frowned thoughtfully before nodding. Once. Really? Caleb asked. Yes. Gavrin shrugged. Sira was being such an obnoxious prisoner, all the guard wanted was for us to get out of there before they got stuck with her. I'm not sure Kells could pull it off even if he was cooperating. What if we gag him and claim he's a rogue mage? Caleb tapped his chin thoughtfully. It leaves him vulnerable if we get attacked by bandits again. Jarath immediately shook his head. Well, we won't do it until just outside town. But it's unlikely we'll be attacked again. Duncan shrugged. When you said it was unlikely we would be attacked again, did you remember to calculate the hawks and ammels? Traian glanced over his shoulder. Duncan loosed another arrow at the demon. No. No, I did not. Lenore watched Cathiel pace back and forth, holding one of the twins to her shoulder. Nijera held the other. No. Cathiel shook her head. I refuse to believe one of my children could be that stupid. From the sound of things, you and Alistair were both assassinated at some point, possibly by the entity responsible for this. Lenore looked into the next room, where Nijera's daughter was tending to Win. Divine Victoria hadn't said if the other children had survived the attack. The drive to avenge loved ones can be a powerful force. Hard to imagine where he gets that from, no. Zevran raised an eyebrow. Cathiel let out a bitter laugh. And our son followed his liege. Sir Gilmore shook his head, and put a hand on his wife's shoulder. I'm not sure if I'm proud or furious. Both. Nijera looked up at Lenore. Kieran was there? His son. Kind of hard to imagine, but yes. Then they will be fine. Nijera shifted the weight of the sleeping child in her arms. Mithil is the mother and protector. And Jarath. She smiled. Well, you know him. She really wished she could share the other woman's certainty. And yet, at some point in the next few years, Alistair and Cathiel had been assassinated and Jarath had not prevented it. The attack had occurred in the first place. As much as she knew he'd want to help, she had to acknowledge the possibility that he couldn't. There are other forces at play here, and Kieran was weakened by what happened. The fact that they've yet to weigh in. Silence filled the room. Cathiel was the first to speak. I can't leave Denerim. Will you? You do not have to ask. Zevran held up a hand. Lenore nodded. Even if Agatha wasn't out there with them. Braska is staying in Kal Hirol to keep an eye on our network. I brought a couple agents with me to help keep an eye here, and Zevran and I will head out in the morning to help find them. And beat them about the head until they come to their senses. Zevran shrugged. That part may take some time. Kells stared ahead at the lights of the town. He was sore, tired, hungry, and filthy. How the hell many groups of bandits were there in Nevera? The commander would probably kill him, but... Lady Sala. Yes. The mage was leaning tiredly on her staff. If I promise not to try to escape tonight, can I get a drink? Yeah. Loghain nodded. Same here. Chapter 10, Things That Go Bump in Nevera. She looked up as Traian walked back to the table that held his erstwhile companions. I managed to get us a bunk room, for a total of 3 beds. And before you ask, no, sleeping in the barn is apparently not an option. Though I did manage to procure us some additional blankets. No charge. Groans greeted his pronouncement. You did note there are 11 of us, right? Caleb raised an eyebrow. He grumbled. I really don't want to spend another evening on the ground. Traian pointed. If you think you can do better. Caleb sighed. Already tried. They headed up the stairs. Fortunately, the beds were large enough to accommodate 2 people each. Sala glanced back at the others and frowned. Well, I guess we can draw straws. She plucked some bits of straw from a nearby broom. Short straws get beds. She offered Traian the first pick. He drew a long straw. Gavrin, Leandra, Agatha, Duncan, Kells, and Kieran drew short straws. Gavrin and Leandra, I assume you two don't mind sharing. Leandra's grin answered that question. Kieran handed her his short straw. She took it, and then raised an eyebrow. It gets you the bed. There is room. He stepped towards the bed and a moment later a black cat was curling into a ball in one corner. She stared a moment, as something about the cat tried to trigger a memory. Huh, convenient. Agatha sat on the edge of the bed and gestured for Sala to join her. And now we don't have to worry about mice. Sala saw Duncan and Jarath get into a brief argument, and to her surprise saw that it was Jarath who ended up taking the bed next to Kells. Caleb grumbled good-naturedly before grabbing a blanket and trying to make a pallet out of his cloak. Traian slipped back into the common room just in time to see Loghain come down the stairs. He waved for the blond man to join him at a table. Tell me, do you think anything about this is a good idea? The breakfast or the mission? Loghain gestured to the innkeeper. Both, I suppose. Absolutely not. I'll get back to you on the breakfast. He sighed. And yet here we both are. And for similar reasons. Loghain stood to collect their plates from the bar, and set Traian's down in front of him. He went back to get them mugs. The food looked a bit questionable. Caleb might not be useful in a fight, but the guy had managed to make ship food taste good rather than merely edible. I suppose you've got a point there. Though Duncan being your king probably added another level. He took a bite of what he was pretty sure was eggs. What? He sighed, trying to figure out how to ask the question. What kind of king am I? Every house in Kal Hirol was willing to defy Orzammer to crown you. I would think it obvious. Loghain smiled. Ferelden is the only nation in Thedas where elves, dwarves, and humans manage to work together. Qunari are still something of an issue. He glanced back over his shoulder at the stairs. Duncan can be a hothead and stubborn, but he's a good king. Where do you fit into the Ferelden hierarchy? Traian took a drink from his mug. I mean, considering the family history and all, you two seem friendlier than I would have expected. When Alistair was assassinated, some of the Banorn would have preferred my mother to a boy prince. My mother responded to their call by going to Denerim and swearing her loyalty to the Thurin family. Merrick's legacy endures. A golden age, I suppose. Traian smiled. Kind of good that the families are getting along again. True, even if it did result in me being married off to Princess Wynne. Traian choked on his drink. Wait, you're married? He stared. To the princess. Given our current situation, I admit to not being entirely certain. You're married. Traian looked down at his plate, and then back up at Loghain. To the princess. And you? Hadn't he said something about going home with one of the chargers? Wynne and I have an arrangement that suits us. She has what she needs within reach, and is not concerned about my flexibility. Duncan didn't mention that to his father. At all. Probably for the best. Loghain shook his head. I'm not really eager to attend my own execution. Sal awoke, and stared uncertainly at the ceiling before remembering where she was. Agatha was snoring softly beside her. She crawled out from under the blanket, careful not to wake her friend. Idly, she reached over and petted the cat that lay on the foot of the bed. The cat jumped as if startled and promptly fell off the bed, turning into Kieran as he landed in a heap on the floor. In the next bed over, Leandra immediately sat upright and knocked Gavrin off into the floor. He yelped, waking everyone else in the room. Both Kells and Jaroth went for weapons before getting their bearings. Well. Kells shook his head. This is an auspicious start to the day. Agatha lengthened her stride a little to walk next to Jaroth and Duncan. This has to be weirder for you than the others. Why? You're older. She shrugged. The rest of them were 4 or so at the dedication, but Duncan, you were 8 and Jaroth you were 13. You've got to remember all these people, but now they are 16 years shifted. It is. Duncan shrugged. Weird. I can hardly imagine. She looked Jaroth over. He was definitely the kid she'd met the times she'd visited Denerim, but he didn't quite look as she'd have expected. The freckles had faded at some point, and his hair had darkened from the more orangey color he'd had last time she'd seen him. The softness of youth was gone from his face, leaving a pleasantly rugged countenance behind that the scarring really didn't detract from. How'd you pick up the scars? Werewolf? Demon? Ex-girlfriend? Carta, disapproving of the alliance between Ferelden and Kal Hyrule and worried it would cut into their margins. Jaroth gave her an odd look before frowning. What's the matter? She raised an eyebrow. As you said. Weird. He shook his head. You were there when it happened. Duncan chimed in. 3 days later you visited him in the infirmary with the gift of a combat training manual helpfully titled, How Not to Get Stabbed in the Face. She laughed. Did he read it? It consisted of a drawing of a dagger with a line through it and the word duck. Duncan smiled. That's me. Helpful. She spread her hands and grinned. Jaroth sighed. Caleb led the pack horse he and Traian had managed to procure. Sala had been stingy with the coin they had, but they'd found supplies enough. He sighed, and rubbed the back of his neck. Several days of sleeping rough had him missing his bed. Funny how he'd grown used to being a nobleman after years of sleeping in the streets. But none of the others were complaining. And Duncan was a king even. He missed his loot. Leaving the estate as they had done had left them little time to pack. His clothes itched. And Varric was right, everything outside the city was uphill. How much longer? Kells shook his head. I thought you wanted an adventure. I wanted an adventure. This is just walking. He sighed. And walking. And walking. And walking. He sighed again. At least the bandits broke up the monotony. Why are you complaining? Kells raised an eyebrow. You actually wanted to come. We could at least have bought horses. Horses cost coin. You're enjoying my misery. You kidnapped me. That was forever ago. Get over it. Gavrin shook his head as he listened to the men behind him. The Caleb of the future had taken over as Kirkwall's Senes Chal after Bran had retired, and the common consensus was the man would be the next Viscount. He searched his memory, but was unable to recall Sala's role in things other than she'd been a healer of some note. You're doing the worrying thing again. He smiled, and put an arm around Leandra's waist. I believe you've said you enjoy my brooding face. Observing, not complaining. She lifted her face to his for a kiss. You know, we could go ahead with our earlier plans. Do you really want to explain to our parents that not only did we elope, we did it 16 years ago while fighting a primordial horror? Your parents eloped while battling a primordial horror. A small laugh escaped him. The Exalted Council is not primordial. He chuckled. Though I suppose we could find out where Mother Giselle is these days. Did you tell your folks that we are? Father was having a difficult enough time with the mage thing. He sighed. By the time his magic had manifested, his father had been prepared for the possibility. They'd even talked about it over one of their chess games. His father may have been disappointed that neither of his children followed in his military footsteps, but he'd always supported them. When the Grand Enchanter had broached the idea of making him tranquil, it had been his father that stepped in front of him and told her in no uncertain terms, "You first." I'm sorry. At least Kieran distracted them from asking you about. She frowned. Him. He closed his eyes for a few steps. Of course Duncan would bring that up. He still didn't know how Agatha had found out any of it. Leandra hesitated before continuing. He's who told your mother about the Formless One. Could he? Yes. Of course he could. Gavrin sighed. Would he is another matter. No. I don't think he's directly responsible for what happened. I also don't think that he'll hesitate a moment to try to turn it to his advantage. We could be furthering his plans. I'm a piece he put into play. Everything I do likely furthers his plans, regardless of my personal feelings on the matter. But time magic remains beyond him. How certain of that are you? If he could change time, he would have an orb. Good point. I'm sorry. Kieran blinked and turned towards her. Sala sighed. About this morning. I wasn't all the way awake, and when we were in Antiva I had a cat that slept on the end of my bed. I was not offended, only startled. She walked in silence for a time. How do you learn to take other forms? It is skill as well as spell. One must understand the nature of the beast before one can draw its shape upon the will. So you have to spend a lot of time observing the animal first. Yes. Which makes some forms difficult to take. Fish do not like to be watched. And you learned how to become a cat from watching a pet. I never had a pet cat. He frowned. Well, Anders, I suppose. He gave her a contemplative look, tilting his head to one side. I could teach you, if you've a wish to learn. Sala raised an eyebrow. That raised several fascinating possibilities. If she could turn into a bird or even a cat like he did, she could go anywhere. I may take you up on that. What would I have to do first? Study the animal. Learn to think as it does. She looked around their small band. The only animal we have at the moment is a horse. Kieran wrinkled his nose. That isn't a horse. She glanced back at it. That is definitely a horse. No. It may have been born such, but its spirit has been shackled for so long it has forgotten. Freed, it would falter before it frolicked, and limp back to the safety of cage and master. One cannot learn the wild from a broken wool. Oh. She glanced back at the animal plodding along placidly after them, pulling the cart behind it. I think I see your point. So you could turn into a wolf, but not a dog. Grandpa Logain gave me a Maberry. It is a good form for exploring Ferelden. You've explored Ferelden while pretending to be a Maberry. She gave him a disbelieving look. Oh, yes. I've looked in on my cousins from time to time. On my last visit, Shiani's daughter Hannah saw me at the gate and was very insistent I return the toys she kept flinging. You. Sala started laughing. Played fetch with your cousin. She assured me I was a very good dog, and gave me a ball as a present when she had to go inside for dinner. He grinned. I still have it. Leliana waved the note as Ruya and Alistair entered the room. They are in Navarra. 2 days ago, they were in Blyth. All of them are fine, and they are traveling along the Imperial Highway to Navarra City. Burhan is sending word to our agents now. Thank the Maker. Alistair let out his breath as though he'd been holding it the last 2 weeks. Kells got word to you. Presumably. The note was unsigned. Leliana sighed. Apparently, Kieran knew where to find the Formless One, though the note does not say how. Ruya looked up as the Hawk brothers entered, accompanied by Cullen and Burhan. Does Kieran also know how to kill the Formless One? The note does not say. It does, however, include a message regarding where they left Isabella's ship. Champion, if you'd be so kind as to inform her. She's going to insist on coming with us. Hawk nodded. You're heading after them. Ruya raised an eyebrow. Of course. We have a plan and everything. Step 1. Locate our children. Hawk counted points on his fingers. Step 2. Rescue our children. Step 3. Lock our children in the basement for the rest of their lives. The ship that brought us is fast. Alistair rose. My griffins are faster. Carver nodded to him. Cullen and Burhan have already informed me they are coming. I'm coming as well. Alistair folded his arms. I. Ruya sighed before shaking her head. Should remain to assist with the research into the Formless One. And Kylie. She rose and went to Cullen, wrapping her arm around him. Bring them home safely. I will. He bent his head to kiss her. There it is, Navarra City. Caleb spread his hands as they looked down over the view. Hey, can we visit the Grand Necropolis while we are here? He winced as Agatha batted him in the back of the head. What? We aren't staying long. Just need to get supplies and see what information we can get without alerting anyone to our presence. Sala glanced over her shoulder at him. At least not without ensuring we get a good head start. Duncan shrugged. Sala turned towards Kells. You going to be trouble? As much as possible. He nodded cheerfully, and gestured at the sprawling city below. There is a safe house, if you feel like coming to your senses. You know, I bet the safe house has a cache of gold and gear. Caleb drummed his fingers against his leg thoughtfully. We could resupply. First you kidnap me, now you are robbing the Inquisition. Kells stared at him. Caleb turned to Gavrin. Mr. Rutherford, may we use any supplies in the safe house? Well, since you asked nicely. You don't even know where the safe house is. Kells folded his arms. Yes we do. Leandre grinned at him. 4 doors down from the White Bear Smithy. Kells shook his head. And no. And you don't have a key to get into the cache. Hey. Sala turned to her companions. Anyone here know how to pick a lock? Caleb raised his hand. He wasn't surprised to see Agatha do the same, considering who her parents were. He chuckled when Duncan also raised his hand. Seriously? You're the king of Ferelden, son of King Alistair. And of Cathiel Cousland. He grinned. Agatha, you and Caleb get the location from Leandra and Gavrin and go see what you can find. Leandra, Gavrin, you two keep an eye on Kells. Loghain, maybe give them a hand. I'm sure the Inquisition's agents know about your mark by now, so try to keep out of sight. She shrugged. The rest of us will go find supplies, an inn with enough beds, and maybe some hot baths. You do realize that after your father kills me, he's going to kill you. Kells glared at Gavrin. He's not going to kill you. He is absolutely going to kill me. That's what you said when I launched the bags of flour out of the trebuchet and all he did was put you on stable duty for a month. Commander Cullen is going to kill me. And when he's done, King Alistair is going to kill me. And then when he's done, Lieutenant Hawke is going to kill me. Kells sighed. The Terna is going to hire someone to kill me, probably from House Braska. Is he always like this? Loghain asked Gavrin. Only when we are causing him trouble, so. Leandra shrugged. Yeah, more or less. And then I'm going to be eaten by an archdemon. From what I know of the warden, he'll probably just stab you in the face. Loghain gave Kells a commiserative pat on the shoulder. You are not helping. Gavrin shook his head, and sniffed the air. Something up that way smells good. We are supposed to be staying out of sight. Loghain folded his arms. You're supposed to be staying out of sight. We're supposed to be keeping Kells out of sight. Gavrin glanced at Leandra. I'm going to the food stand and get something to eat. The rest of you want anything? Leandra nodded, followed by a somewhat more reluctant Loghain and Kells. Be careful. Loghain warned. I'll be fine. He started around the corner, hit something, bounced off it, and landed on his backside. A moment later, an armored woman stepped into view and started to offer him a hand up. Seeker Pentagast. Kells' face immediately lit up. Leandra buried her face in the palm of her hand as Loghain just stared. Chapter 11, Undead and Pie. Rainier scratched the back of his head and looked at the young man leaning on the wall next to him. Navarra City sprawls across a dozen miles. Don't forget there is an entire other city beneath it. Kells nodded. There are over 100,000 people living here. Thousands more pass through daily. And? Rainier raised an eyebrow. How long were they in the city? 20 minutes. Across the room, Cassandra's mouth twitched as she tried to hide a smile. Gavrin, Leandra, and Loghain were sitting around a table. Gavrin had his face buried in his folded arms, and Leandra was rubbing his shoulder comfortingly. Loghain was staring at Gavrin with a dumbfounded expression on his face. Kells had immediately told Cassandra where the others had gone, and the Seekers were out retrieving them. He shook his head. And he literally ran into her. Bounced off, hit the dirt. Kells sounded positively gleeful. Varric wouldn't write that. You don't have to be enjoying this quite so much. Gavrin's voice was muffled by his arms. Yes. Yes, I do. Kells' smile widened. You kidnapped me? I wish I could say I was even surprised. Rainier stared down at the young man he'd last seen as an infant in arms. You want to know the part that is truly terrifying? Kells raised an eyebrow. What's that? He and Leandra Hawk. Kells emphasized the last name. Are courting. Mafarotha's balls. Can you imagine if they have a kid? Cassandra and Loghain both turned to look at Rainier with horrified expressions before breaking into laughter. Caleb blinked when he saw the men in Seeker armor enter the room. How in the world? He strode forward to meet them. Thank the Maker you're here. I sent the message almost an hour ago. The tallest of the half-dozen men stared at him. The message. They've got a head start, we need to hurry. Come on. He started for the door, hoping to get out of the building before any of them caught a glimpse of Agatha. The men exchanged a look before following him out of the building. He dashed up the street, heading deeper into the city. As they reached the end of the block he pointed to the east and yelled at two of the men. You, go that way, try to cut them off. You, follow me. Agatha smiled as she finished picking the lock. The room was fairly well stocked, though with Caleb leading the Seekers on a wild goose chase she was going to be limited in what she could carry. A small pouch of precious gems went into her belt pouch, and she began filling her various pockets with coin purses. A pair of silverite daggers went into her boots, and then she shut the door behind her. Rather than risk there being a guard on the door, she went for an upstairs window, caught the edge of the roof, and hoisted herself up before running across and leaping to the next building over. She crossed the block before she risked the ground, and immediately began heading back to find Sala and the others. So much for the hot bath idea. Duncan sighed. How did the Seekers know you'd be at the safe house? Well, considering Kells and the others aren't where we left them. Agatha threw up her hands. I'd say they've got a full report on our actions and intentions. In triplicate. Andraste's great flaming ass. Duncan kicked a bucket across the alley. Calm down. Sala shook her head. They haven't dragged us back in chains yet. And they don't know everything, just what Kells overheard. Yeah. We'll be fine. Agatha waved a hand dismissively. It's not like a half dozen of the world's greatest spymasters are after us or anything. Where's Caleb? Jiroth frowned at Agatha. Taking some seekers on a tour of the city, last I saw. Agatha sighed. Hopefully, he can lose them and find us. Let's figure out where the seekers took the others, and maybe see what we can do about rescuing them. Salah started walking. He circled around to the inn, and picked up a few more seekers, bringing his current total to 14. A woman frowned at him. Who are you, anyway? Agent Walter Marland. He shook his head at her impatiently as he paced back and forth across the alley. Kell's brother. He tapped his foot. I can't believe they got away from you. By now, they are halfway through the necropolis. He made a frustrated growling noise before stalking towards the tower. Maybe we should. Caleb spoke over her. You, get the others. You, run ahead and let the Mortality know we are coming. And for Andraste's sake, keep your bleeding mouth shut. Last thing we need is for everyone to know someone's planning on taking control of their blasted mummies. He continued walking at a determined pace, hiding his smile as they followed. It appeared he was going to get his tour of the Grand Necropolis after all. Kells followed Cassandra and Rainier into the next room. Cassandra glanced over her shoulder at him. Lieutenant Hawk and his griffins are bringing Commander Cullen and a few others to retrieve the children. He winced. How angry is the commander? I imagine he is furious, though I doubt it is directed at you. It was clear you were not party to these events of your own volition. What exactly are we dealing with here? Rainier asked. A cult that appears intent on picking up where the Venatori left off. Cassandra made a disgusted noise. As if the world does not have trouble enough. She gestured dismissively. Sometime between now and the next 16 years they manage to acquire themselves power of some kind, power sufficient to tear a hole in time. We must stop them before they achieve this. All right. Rainier straightened. Where do we start? House Braska's agents were watching a few cultists. They recently went on the move. Something is occurring, but we know not what. She looked back at Kells. Kieran said he knew where the Formless One was. Nessum. He wasn't more specific than that, but it's near the border between Orlais and Tevinter. Which fits with our information. Cassandra nodded. How big is this cult? Small, as of yet. Cassandra frowned. Oddly, it appears to be led by an elven woman. A mage. An elf. Kells raised an eyebrow. Then could it have something to do with Fenharel? Considering he is the one that told us about the Formless One, that is not something we can rule out. Rainier sighed. And the warden sent Kieran to deal with the matter. He shook his head. I remember Kieran. He came down to the stables once and, as near as I can tell, had a conversation with one of those big deer. Tell me about Kieran. Cassandra turned towards Kells. Kells considered. Well, he's a shapeshifter. Turned into a giant spider and kicked the crap out of some bandits. He shrugged. He seems like a nice, polite fellow, if a bit odd. He sighed. And no, it's not lost on me who else that would have described. Cassandra shoved a piece of parchment at him. Write down everything you recall him saying. We do not know what Lenore or Bruhan might find of use, and both are on their way. I am going to go question the others. Gavrin stared down at the table. The Lady Seeker had separated the three of them, taking them each to different rooms. He hadn't been waiting long when she entered, and stood across the table from him. I have some questions to ask you regarding your activities. He sighed. Why don't we get this over with, and you just ask the question you came in here to ask? Her eyes narrowed. And what would that be? He met her eyes steadily. The same one I've seen in your eyes every time we've spoken for the past 12 years. They stared at each other as the silence crept around the room. Very well. According to Divine Victoria, Prince Duncan referred to you as the Dread Wolf's apprentice. She folded her arms and glared, her voice sharp. What did he mean by this? He meant I am the Dread Wolf's apprentice. He leaned back in the chair, his eyes not leaving hers. I am also the son of Ruya Trevelyan and Cullen Rutherford, and I grew weary of having my loyalty questioned a very long time ago. She leaned on the table. Then I suggest you clarify, immediately. Or what? You'll stab some inanimate objects. He shook his head. Blessed are the righteous, the lights in the shadow. Do you think I have any fear of the woman who taught me what that means? Ask your questions, Aunt Cassie. But don't try to threaten me. I know us both far too well for that to work. Cassandra's eyes widened. She shook her head, and nodded. Yes. I see your point. Please, what did Duncan mean when he called you the Dread Wolf's apprentice? My magic manifested when I was 7. I called up fire. 2 weeks later, the nightmares started. A week after that they started happening while I was awake. I hurled fire at things only I could see, and... Gavrin shook his head. There was a scrapping sound as she pulled out a chair to sit across from him. You tore the veil? More like shredded. Had it occurred anywhere other than Skyhold, with Inquisition soldiers and Templars? He folded his hands and set them on the table. When the Grand Enchanter learned what was happening, she tried to insist I be made tranquil. That was the last time she and Mother ever spoke to each other. Father and Aunt mine have kept me sedated, but the magic was driving me insane. It was killing me. He met her eyes again. There was one being in Thedas who could help. He did. Fenharil. Salas pulled Mother into the Fade. Told her what was happening was because she bore the anchor while she was bearing me. And that he was sorry. What happened? She woke to find my bedroom empty. He took you. Sympathy warred with concern on her face. To elven ruins, in mountains we've yet to locate in the waking world. I believe you visited the location once. She nodded. His sanctuary. And he taught me to control my magic. To guide the flow rather than be swept away by it. To staunch it before it drowned me. Gavrin took a deep breath. 3 months later, I woke in Skyhold once more. The official story is that I was taken to a secure location until my ailment passed. Silence entered the room once more. He watched Cassandra try to decide what to make of the story. Over a decade had passed in his time, and she was no closer. And then she asked the same question she always did when they encountered each other. Is there anything you learned of his plans? Anything that could help us? No. Was that the last time you saw him? He considered not answering. Considered lying. No. From time to time I would enter the Fade and find him there, waiting with another lesson, building upon what he had first taught me as I grew stronger. There was more than a trace of bitterness in his smile. I've thought 1,000 times about turning away when he appears. But there is always the chance he'll let something slip. Teach me something I can use against him. Perhaps he has, and I simply don't know it yet. Or perhaps he's using me to further his own ends. She nodded. And how did Duncan learn of this situation? The sparrow learned to fly from nightingale, raven, and crow. Realization dawned in Cassandra's eyes. Agatha Amel. She shook her head. Where are the others? Thedas. Do you have any idea the kind of abomination we are dealing with here? Caleb gestured dramatically. Maker's breath man, have you left this building in past 7 years? Heard of the Imperium? The Mortalitasi might have been more likely to question him if he hadn't entered the sanctum accompanied by 24 grim-faced and battle-ready seekers of truth. If memory served, that was currently the majority of the order. The man came out from behind the desk and began unlocking the massive iron door. Hopefully, by now Agatha would have made it back to the others and they'd have a good head start. Might as well see how much time he could buy them. The Mortalitasi opened the door. Caleb stepped past the threshold, then turned back to the Mortalitasi. Well. He gestured into the catacombs. We are talking the Exalted Age. Do you want them to get there first? No, of course not. The man grabbed a staff and some kind of glowing light and started leading them inside. And now he had a tour guide. This day was starting to look up. Cassandra glared across the table. Leandre glared right back. Seeker, my mother studied magic with Mythil, my father went into battle at the side of an archdemon, and I'm sleeping with the apprentice of the Dread Wolf. You think you scare me? The stories were right. The Grand Necropolis was an underground city. A city filled entirely with the dead. He followed the Mortality's glowing lantern. Now and then they passed alcoves with bodies seated on them. Sometimes the heads of the corpses would turn to follow them. The seekers following him occasionally jumped at scraping noises. He adjusted the collar of his tunic to block the scent of moldy incense and decay. He'd lost track of time when the Mortality finally came to a stop. We have reached the tombs of the Exalted Age, my lord. The aged man frowned, and adjusted his light to touch the ground. The dust was thick. No one has been down here from some time. Good. We got here first. He glanced around. The architecture was different from the earlier catacombs. The mosaics depicted battles against Darkspawn. If the Qunari hadn't invaded Par Valen until the Steel Age, how had there been ogres during the Exalted Age? Maybe the mosaics had been added later. This was built just after the time of the Fourth Blight, yes. My lord. The seeker woman with the silver knot on her shoulder stepped forward. Who gave you your information? Caleb grinned. Cassandra stabbed a dagger into the table. You will tell me what I need to know. Loghain shrugged. You have very lovely breasts. Kells watched Cassandra pace back and forth in front of over 20 very shamefaced seekers and one completely unrepentant Caleb. At least when the commander showed up, he wouldn't be on latrine duty alone. Outside the window, the shadows had lengthened into full darkness. You followed him through the city and the necropolis for 6 hours. We. A woman with a silver knot on her shoulder started to speak, and then shook her head. We have no excuse, Lady Seeker. No. You do not. She folded her arms, and then went back to pacing. I must go to the Mortality and make apologies. She drove her finger into the woman's breastplate. You will stay here and make sure nothing else goes wrong. She started for the door. Rainier hesitated before following her. Caleb looked around in his captors. Well, that was fun. No hard feelings. From the glares, there were a lot of hard feelings. So, who is hungry? He clapped his hands. I make a mean fish and egg pie. Agatha climbed back down from the roof. Sala raised an eyebrow. Well. It's grown quiet in there. It's possible we could sneak in. Agatha frowned. I'm not exactly willing to fight seekers though. No. Sala sighed. They may be hindering us, but they are friends. She turned to Kieran. Maybe you could shapeshift into something and get in there. I don't think that's going to be necessary. Duncan called back softly from where he was peering around the corner. He stepped out into the open and waved. Caleb, Gavrin, Leandra, and Loghain entered the alley a moment later. Loghain had an unconscious Kells slung over his shoulder. Caleb nodded when he saw her. We've got to get moving. Cassandra could be back any minute. Right. Sala gestured to the west. We've got horses. Come on. She frowned at Loghain. How'd you get the black eye? You mean to tell me that after he led them on a wild goose chase through the Grand Necropolis, they let him cook them dinner? Burhan rubbed the back of his head as he stared at Cassandra. I cannot believe this. Alistair glared into the room that contained some of what were supposed to be the finest warriors in Thedas. Those that had regained consciousness appeared to be nursing headaches. Hawk was tending to them, though he appeared somewhat less than sympathetic to their suffering. They are your children. Cassandra's face was belligerent as she came to the defense of her followers. Carver turned towards Fenris. You know, in times like these, I can't help but think. This is all Varric's fault. Fenris raised an eyebrow. Exactly. Sierra cackled. I am recruiting the shit out of that kid. Isabella immediately shook her head. I saw him first. Cullen sighed, and then looked around the room again. Where is Kells? Chapter 12. I can't believe you kidnapped me again. No, this time we rescued you. How do you figure that? You really want to explain to Commander Cullen that we ran off on your watch twice? Kells hung his head. I hate you all, so very much. He frowned. And which one of you assholes put ribbons in my beard? He narrowed his eyes when Agatha smiled before going to help Caleb tend to dinner. Okay. Talk. Sala gestured to Kells. Talk. He started untying the decorations. You reported to Cassandra. Share. Kells shook his head. I don't think you get how this works. You. Kidnapped. Me. Rescued. Caleb called from where he was stirring something over the fire. How much did you tell them? Agatha asked. Do they know where we are going? What we plan to do? You don't even know what you plan to do. Kells glared at her. He spread his hands. Why are you even doing this? Father instructed me to handle this situation. Kieran tilted his head. I do not believe he would consider the current status of the situation to be handled. A plan would be useful. Jarath rested his hands on the hilt of his sword. Did Cassandra give you any information on our target? No. He's lying. Agatha shook her head. Badly. So, what did she say? I have absolutely no interest in cooperating with your scheme. He folded his arms. Sala mirrored his stance. The way I see it, you have two options here. Tell us everything we want to know. Or. She gestured at Caleb. Antivan poetry. Lenore sat down on the edge of Cassandra's desk. What more have we learned? Cassandra folded her arms. I was able to get an explanation from Gavrin regarding the Dread Wolf. It was disturbing. Cullen shook his head. To say the least. And Kells was able to provide us with his observations. Where is Kells? Sigrun raised an eyebrow. They appear to have taken him with them when they left. Cullen frowned. I am not certain why. Isabella has gone to retrieve her ship, and the others are out with my seekers searching the town in the unlikely event they are still here. You didn't learn anything else? Sigrun asked. I learned. Cassandra waved a hand. I learned we should keep in mind exactly who we are dealing with here. And what is that? Lenore turned to face her. Your children. Cassandra made a frustrated noise. I attempted to interrogate all of them. It was less than successful. I tried first with Gavrin, and he called my bluff, pointing out they know us very well. I tried again with Leandra, and she called my bluff by pointing out they have no reason to fear us. She shook her head. I tried a third time with Loghain, and that little. She glared. Propositioned me? From the door came Bruhan's voice. He did what? Wow. That apple fell far from the tree. Lenore shook her head. Not really. Sigrun grinned. Her grin only widened when they turned to stare at her. What? You think I made the trips to Orlays for the frilly cakes? Just. Cullen shook his head at her. Stop talking. He turned to Bruhan. Did you find them? Individuals matching the descriptions of Trian, Duncan, and Jarath purchased a dozen horses, and individuals matching the descriptions of Sala and Kieran made additional purchases of gear. And someone robbed an Inquisition safe house of gold and lyrium vials. We'll start for Nessum in the morning. Lenore hopped off the desk. Dorian is having a couple of his people meet us there. She frowned. He added that he is very sorry and will make it up to us somehow. He said what? Cassandra raised an eyebrow. No. No, no, no. Bruhan shook his head and turned to Cullen. I quit. Duncan accepted the bowl Caleb handed him, and glanced over at where Kells was laying on the ground with a blanket over his head. He held out longer than I thought he would. Yeah. I was worried I was going to have to break out the limericks. Caleb took a seat, and stirred his stew. With the Griffins, they'll beat us to Nessum, assuming they don't spot us from the air on the way in. Keeping off the road is only going to help us so much. An elf mage. An escaped slave from Tevinter. Leandra leaned against a tree trunk. Not a lot to go on. So, this mage one of Fenharel's pets. Duncan raised an eyebrow at Gavrin. Gavrin narrowed his eyes, but Kieran responded before he could. The Dread Wolf is no ally of the Forbidden Ones. He was still Mythal's champion when she led the charge to banish them. What makes you so sure? Duncan narrowed his eyes. I was there. Kieran shrugged. And Salas assisted the Inquisitor in killing Imshael and Emprise du Lion. Revenge is a virulent desire. Wrath is not made weaker by being righteous or wrong. He tilted his and half closed his eyes, and nodded. This world trembled at the footsteps of your parents. Will is written in blood. The Formless One does not fight. It corrupts, hiding in the shadows of subverted destiny. You were to be its weapons. He felt a chill creep down its spine. It took us to turn us against the world. King Merrick failed. King Alistair refused. The great dragons wake only for their own, and heed the blood of Callanhood. He nodded to Duncan. And it is not just the dragon in your veins, firstborn. You were made before my father cleansed the taint from yours. That. Agatha drew her knees up to her. You are starting to creep me out just a little. He's creeping you out. Duncan shook his head at her. His father had told him only a little of what had happened in Antiva, swearing to tell him the rest when he was old enough. He'd been killed before he could do so. Had that been why the Formless One's cultists had him assassinated? He turned to where Leandra and Gavrin sat. And I take it Gavrin was targeted for similar reasons. Yes. It's not going to stop targeting us, is it? Duncan turned back to Kieran. No. How much danger are we putting the rest of you in? Gavrin asked. Oh no. Get that thought right out of your head. Leandra immediately hooked her arm around his neck and pulled him towards her. I will use you as a saddle the rest of the trip before I let you ride off on your own. Yeah, I think you're going to find the rest of us in agreement there. Agatha nodded. The others echoed her. He didn't have to look over his shoulder at Jarath. If he pushed, Gavrin wouldn't be the only one doing time as a saddle. He looked back at Kieran. How did you know about my father and Yevna? I read the graphic novel. He blinked. What? Kieran gave him an equally confused look. What? Trian sat quietly by the fire, considering what he'd overheard. No one had mentioned the letter. Or they had merely assumed Kells had been the one to send it. He wondered if what Kieran had told them warranted another letter. Alistair clearly knew of the dragons, but would he know of their significance to the Formless One? Stone, they were traveling towards a land where blood magic was all but practiced openly. Well, you've got your serious face on. Loghain sat down next to him. The more information we uncover, the more clear it is we have no idea what we are doing. Trian frowned. I do not like going into a situation blind. And we are hunted by both enemy and ally. The additional challenge makes the game more fun. He shook his head at the blonde man. Nothing about this is a game. Isn't it? Loghain smiled and spread his hands. And we the pawns of gods. The campfire flickered, giving the illusion of movement to the dragon mark on the other man's face. The same mark worn by those who had followed the warden into battle. He glanced at where Leandra sat, talking quietly to Gavrin. A mark not worn by the daughter of two of those same followers. Sedida had asked. Even gone to Guerin to ask Carinal and Valia in person. None would answer. Why the tattoo? If you were meant to know, you would. Loghain shrugged. Makes me look dashing though, don't you think? You've fought demons before. I'm a member of the Order of Vigilance. It's kind of our job. Darkspawn aren't a problem. If you go looking for them. They've been driven back a long way. Not sure what it's like in other nations. I'm not all that privy to Warden intelligence. It was almost too hard to believe. Even with the lesson thread of the past few years. Get rid of the spawn just in time for the Cunary to invade. We do like to keep things interesting in Ferelden. Leandra leaned into Gavrin, and he draped an arm over her, pulling her still closer. My father will have his riders out. At best, he'll be able to bring a dozen griffins. The forests here are thick enough even close to the road, and it's a lot of ground to sweep. And how has our luck been running so far? Pretty much the usual. He kissed the top of her head. So, in addition to being the Dread Wolf's apprentice don't. She sat up to look him in the eye. I'm not going to let you act like any of this is your fault. She caught his robes and pulled him to her, kissing him soundly. I owe that stupid wolf a punch in the snout, and this demon thing needs to get something through its head. She kissed him again. You are mine, Gavin Dorian Rutherford. He kissed her back. I can live with that. Sala sat cross-legged in front of Kieran, watching the fade flicker around him. It looked similar to how Fenrir shifted the fade during her lessons with him, only she and Kieran were both awake. She concentrated, and began duplicating the weave of energy. It felt raw, unfinished, as if it was waiting for something more. Nothing is happening. Nothing will. Until you will it. You cannot will what you have yet to understand. Right. I can't shift into an animal unless I know more about it. She chewed her lower lip. What animal did you start with? A raven. Experiencing the world from the sky changes its shape, revealing treasures and truths the eyes of a human can never fully comprehend. The form is not enough. As a human, your movement is driven by hips and feet. A bird contradicts, moving with shoulder and hand. To be a bird, you must first learn to fly, until the seeming becomes the same. She frowned, and nodded. Could you take other forms? I mean, other human forms. Do you find this one displeasing? He tilted his head at her. No. I meant. She ran a hand through her hair. Nothing about his current form was anything close to displeasing. Distracting, maybe a little, but not displeasing. It would be nice to make myself beautiful. You are beautiful. She rolled her eyes. Now you are poking fun. I am not. He shook his head. I assure you, I am an expert on this subject matter. What's that? She blinked. Oh. Right. Caleb held the shield in front of him. Like this. Angle it down. Jiroth made a small adjustment, shifting the angle slightly and raising his arm. Spell hits, nothing will splatter you in the face. Oh. You've fought a lot of mages. King Alistair was a Templar once. He often oversaw my training. He'd spared with the king almost as often as he had with his own father. And it had been the queen who'd taught him to use a bow, encouraging him and Duncan equally as they sought their targets. Draw. The blade made it out of the sheath cleanly, but the other man held it with knuckles that were nearly white. Loosen your grip. But then it might get knocked out of my hand. Keep holding it like that. Your hand will be numb inside a minute, and any blow is going to send reverberations up your arm. He drew his own sword, showing Caleb the grip. Avellini always said if someone takes your blade away, people will die. She's right. Snug. Not tight. While he doubted he could turn Caleb into a soldier, he could at least get him to the point that bandits wouldn't point and laugh. Jiroth walked him through a drill, and then stood back to observe. Agatha came to stand next to him. She shook her head and smiled. You managed to teach him to fight. Avellini will give you the keys to the city. Jiroth shook his head. Only the Viscount can award those. She gave him a strange look. So, we know each other in the future. Yes. Officially you are the diplomatic attaché from Kal Hirol. The diplomatic attaché from the dwarven kingdom of Kal Hirol to the human kingdom of Ferelden is an elf. She smirked. Does anyone actually believe that? I could not say. Her position of spymaster had never really been much of a secret, especially considering her mother was good friends with several other notable spymasters including the Divine herself. I doubt it. I guess I'm just kind of surprised. I mean, trusting elven spies with everything else going on. My mother is an elf. She'd been governess for all the Thurin children, and though the attack on the palace had left her a widow, Nijera had refused to abandon them. You have a sister too, right? What's she up to in the future? She joined the Chantry. She's a mother now. Somewhere in the West Hills, I think. So, Trian's apparently married, and Duncan's getting that way. What about you? You've a lady? No. Seriously? She raised an eyebrow. Nobody. There was someone. Anya's face flashed in his mind, just for a moment. Oh. I'm sorry. Was she killed when? She married someone else. Oh. She sighed. I'm sorry. I shouldn't pry. He smiled. That's never stopped you before? Agatha watched Jiroth walk over to talk to Duncan. His smile had been brief, but it had been. Wow. Her heart was actually hammering. Which, considering he was only supposed to be 13 years old instead of near 30, was really not a good thing. As if everything wasn't complicated enough. Well, if she was supposed to be a spymaster, she'd best get started. She headed over to go through the papers Caleb had swiped from the seeker. Wait a minute. Caleb narrowed his eyes. You're married. Everyone always seems so surprised by that. Loghain shrugged. You slept with his fiancé's brother. Caleb gestured at Duncan. Well, yes. Loghain smiled. 10th in line for the throne. I thought about working my way through the line, but number 9 was clearly off limits and number 13 was. He shuddered, and then frowned contemplatively. Where is Cassandra in the line again? One black eye wasn't enough. Caleb laughed. Isn't she a little old for you, anyway? Have you ever seen Cassandra go into battle? Loghain let out a low whistle. Some things are just timeless. Caleb laughed. So, what does your wife think of your? He shrugged and went with extracurricular activities. Well dash. Loghain. Duncan's voice rang out. Loghain winced. Your Majesty. What have I told you? Mentioning your sister and sexual relations in the same conversation will result in me being bodily flung from the nearest sufficiently elevated surface. Change the subject. Yes, Your Majesty. He glanced back at Caleb and shrugged. So, attended any good justs lately? Leliana waited for the sending crystal to glow. We have trouble. When don't we? Lenore's voice came back over. Rumors have begun to spread. She paced back and forth. It's no longer just us looking for the children. Not an unexpected outcome. And I doubt we'll be lucky enough have them run into Cassandra again. She tried not to smile. How did Caleb manage to get away from the Seekers? They let him talk. Give Varric a good kick for me next time you see him. He's been a terrible influence. The amusement left Lenore's voice. Crows. Among others. Our spies in Riven think word may have reached the Ben Hasrat. Well. Shit. A cult led by an insane mage, assassins, Qunari sticking their noses in. Lenore, if you say this is just like old times I will declare an exalted march on you personally. It's not like old times until we end up in the deep roads. There was silence for a moment. We are going to end up in the deep roads now, aren't we? On the waking sea I ply my trade. Wink, good sir, and tell a saucy tale. The yarns I spin do please the maids. So buy the lads around. Oh, the storm coast may yet claim these bones. But I'll sail until they do. So tell the girls I'm coming home. With coin enough for two. Caleb sang the Ferelden shanty as they rode through the trees. Gavrin joined in on the chorus, his own voice pleasantly deep. They let the melody die away. After a while, he shrugged and turned towards Gavrin. So a human, an elf, and a dwarf walk into a bar. Loghain's voice came from behind him. The human says you're lucky you're so short. That hurt like mad. Stop helping. Caleb shot him a glare. So some Feraldans are in a bar when a chevalier walks in. Hey stranger, one of the Feraldans says. Where are you from? The chevalier sticks his nose in the air and says, I come from a place where we do not end our sentences in prepositions. The Feraldan nods. Oh, I'm sorry. Where are you from, asshole? Gavrin and Leandra laughed. Leandra shrugged. A horse walks into a bar. The bartender says, hey. The horse says, you read my mind, buddy. Oh, I hadn't heard that one. Caleb grinned as several of the others laughed. Duncan shrugged. A man walks into a bar and says, all Tevinters are bastards. Another man turns and says, I object. The first man sneers at him and says, Why, are you Tevinter? And the second man says, No, I'm a bastard. An Orlshian dowager walks into a bar with a duck under her arm. Traian shifted slightly in his saddle. A Ferelden walks up to her and says, Where'd you get the pig? She sniffs haughtily and sneers, This is a duck. He nods to her and says, I know, I was talking to the duck. Caleb snickered. All right, who's next? The past, present, and future walk into a bar. They turned to look at Kieran. He tilted his head to one side, and nodded. It was tense. He nearly fell off his horse. That was terrible. You do realize that if they are looking for us, they merely need to have ears. Jaroth shook his head at them. Hey Kieran. Caleb called back over his shoulder. Yes. After you kill the demon that meddled with time, can you go get the one that ate Jaroth's sense of humor? I will certainly try. Check the description for the links to the author.